Good morning. Oh, hang on. What's happened to the layout here? Oh dear. There we go. That's better. How are we all doing, guys? Hope everyone is well. Who is in with us today? It is just myself at the moment. Anastasiia is just taking care of some bureaucracy admin that has come up. So she'll be joining me a little bit later on. But it is just myself for the time being. So yeah, let me know, guys, who's in the chat. I see we've got Nora, we've got Themba, we've got Panko, we've got loads of you in here. My goodness, the chat's already going wild. Great to see all of you guys in with me today. Who's already trading? Who's already picked out a trade? Let me know if you've already caught something. I'd love to hear about it. I myself am in a sell on gold, and I'm also contemplating selling GU. I was in one already, which I got taken out on. We've already tapped into this area on a higher time frame. So I was looking for, I think I got in, where did I get in? I actually got in here. So on this candle here, I was expecting us to push down and then sell off. Stops obviously just above here. Should have probably had maybe a wider stop, which would have saved me, but contemplating getting in again where we've had these 2 wick rejections since, to maybe sell off down to this area here where we've got a nice inside bar on the 5 minute. Obviously my entry for this now would be somewhere theoretically down there. Nice 2R maybe. Let's have a look. What does it look like on my MT5? Yeah, I think I'm going to take that actually. Just give me a second. Okay. All right. So we're in on that sell, and we are in this trade as well on gold at the moment. Looking for us to sell on down to this area here, down to the kind of 33.7 area. So we'll see how that one plays out. Chat is going absolutely wild. I'm guessing you guys are all trying to get the #1 slot as the #1 commentator, which is great to see, but it's going to make it very hard for me to keep up with all of you. So yeah, make sure you give me at least a chance to keep up with you all. You're all here because of the giveaway. So Jay, you're not here for me. You're just here for the giveaway. Is that all I'm worth to you? Is that all you're interested in? That's disappointing. I've got to be honest. That's disappointing. LJ, be quiet, you. Asking for UK gilts. Trying to make me look bad here. Trying to make me look bad. Chill music. Thank you very much. Glad to hear it. Giggle wiggles. Absolutely. Thank you very much. Osgore, Euro USD really stressed me out today. Could you look on the 5 minute? I certainly can. Let's have a look. Where are we? Euro USD basically came and took a bunch of these levels here. So it's still within this interesting area on the 4 hour, which is what I'm kind of in two minds about, but it's basically rejected off it with 20 minutes left to go on that candle. So it actually looks pretty good for sells because it refused to take the high of this engulfing candle. If we go out to I think it was the 4 hour? Yeah, it was basically this zone I was expecting us to retest. So we'd had this engulfing candle, then another one pushing down, then another one pushing down. And now we've respected that high again. So it does look like sells are coming in. So if you are in a sell on EU, it looks all right. It doesn't look wonderful. But if you look at it then on other time frames, for example, on the 7 hour, we're pushing down. So there's certainly scope for sells to take hold. Let's have a look elsewhere. 22 hour as well, looking decent. 18-hour as well. I've got 1, 2, and pushing down for the third time. So it looks not too bad. MD is here to learn something new. That's what we like to hear. And Giggle, I'm really curious. Giggle Wiggles, what is your channel about? Because it doesn't make sense that you're watching a trading live stream. So yeah, it should be going down due to gold. We've been saying that earlier on in the ABL that gold this week has not been doing what we would have thought it would have done. Let's put it that way. It's not looking very, very clear at the moment. You've got many channels. I'm not sure if watching live streams of trading is necessarily going to help your channel get more viewers, but whatever works for you, my friend. Whatever works for you. Shivam, I am waiting for details. Jonatan is the boss man, and he controls the ins and outs of the giveaway. But no need for capital letters, man. No need for shouting. All right. So yeah. The structure on EU against GU is just something else. I know the market is gearing for the news release. Ola Watabi, yes. But the thing is, EU against GU. Thing is that it was just the pound just showed a lot of weakness yesterday. We were talking about it in ABL a little earlier. The pound bond market really weakened, and so that then weakened the pound itself as an asset. So if you look at it on the strength scores from yesterday, if we look at it, yesterday, you can see the pound just fell through the floor. So that's why we're seeing such a difference between EU and GU structure. So it's now a question to see whether or not the dollar is just going to show a lot of strength. At the moment, it's not showing anything. So the pound needs to make up for some of that ground that it lost yesterday to be more in line with that EU-GU kind of synergy, but hasn't really been that clear lately on that usual setup that we would see. Google okay. Dixie is weak, so selling GU and EU is best. Yes, potentially, but you've then got to understand that the Dixie being weak, it needs to continue to be weak, right? It has to be gaining strength for EU and GU to sell, because that means the dollar is strengthening. So you've got to be careful on which way you look at these things. But yes, I'm in a sell right now on GU, and it's looking good for the moment. So long may that continue. Let's have a look very quickly at the others. We've got 76,600 subscribers already, guys, on the 5ers, which is fantastic. So yeah, keep pumping those likes, keep pumping the subscribe button. Make sure you hit that little bell icon so you get notified every time we're going live. We're live every Monday to Thursday from 9:30 a.m. UK time, every Monday to Thursday, all the way through to 2 p.m. in the afternoon UK time. So plenty there. So yeah. I will try to get to you guys, but spamming the chat with multiple posts, it doesn't mean that I can suddenly get to you, because I can't keep up. There's too many of you. Okay, so if you want me to take a look at a chart, that's not a problem, but bear with me, because it's not going to be easy for me to keep up with you all, because literally every time I look away, there's another 50 comments. So just give me a sec. All right. Hey Marina, good to see you. So euro dollar, as I was saying, does look like sells right now, which would tie in nicely with GU selling. GU did pull back with some strength. If I show you my trade at the moment on GU, we can see there, that's the trade I'm looking at the moment. This fib is no longer really valid. But this is where I'm hoping to see some sellers come in and take this area down here and retest this structure. If you look on my chart here, you can see that we've got a nice bit of structure there, where we bounced off it a few times. So that's why I've got a TP there. And gold, meanwhile, is unfortunately heading into drawdown at the moment. I am tempted to probably bring my my stop loss just to here, just on the 15 minutes. Let's have a look. Yeah, it might be time to change that stop loss on gold. Give me a second, guys. Minimize that risk just down to 0.1%. I mean, we've tapped into this nice little area, so it could still sell off from here, but just to be on the safe side. So I've just brought my stop loss just down to just above this previous high where we pushed off before. So we'll see how that plays out. So yeah. Gold sell, I mean, yeah, it could be a re-entry for sells. It could be. But this isn't a signal service, guys. So take your own trades. Don't go looking for signals from myself, because this isn't a signal service. All right. So yeah. Is Jonatan going to show everyone how to waste money on multi-choice trades? Not sure what you're referring to there, Roy. But Jonatan will no doubt be with us later on for sure. We got Siddhant asking about Brent crude. I don't have Brent crude on my trading view, so give me a second. Let's see, where are we on Brent crude? On the 4 hour, you can see this was the last time I looked at Brent crude, was back in April, was the last time I looked at it. Broken out of the previous structure that we had, kind of ranged in this lower area, pushed on up with obviously Middle East situation, and has pulled back down pretty much into the middle of that area. I don't think there is much going to happen with Brent crude or any of those until we see some kind of announcements or some kind of change in direction from the wider OPEC area. Until then, oil, I think, it's had its bit of wild craziness from a couple of weeks ago, and I think it's now it's now going back into this kind of little choppy area. If we look at US oil, crude oil, we can see there it's come in, it's retested an area that I think had marked out on the 15-minute, if I'm not mistaken. You can see it there. So we've got that wick there. It's bounced off it, and it's just slowly come back down. But there's really not much that much volatility in it compared to other assets that you could trade. So let me have a look. Digital Factory, what's your view with Dow? Let's have a look at the Dow. Where is it? There it is. Dow, we obviously had the Dow was lagging quite a lot between the NAS, behind the NAS, sorry, and the S&P 500. So if I'm looking at it from here right now, certainly looks strong. We've refused to take these levels up here. Now these levels here, what are they from? Well, they're from these inside bars on the daily, 1, 2. So I would probably still be long and looking for sells from about this area here, around about the 44.9 to 45. If we refuse to take these levels, as we have done on the daily at the moment, then there's a possibility of selling from here. We are leaving some nice areas of major liquidity on other time frames. So there is certainly nice levels for us to come back and hunt out. But I fear that anyone trying to sell just yet might get hurt. I'd probably be, if you're going to sell, I'd wait and see what the reaction is when we get to this kind of area here. Because at the moment we're pushing higher. We've got this candle here. We've got 9 minutes left on this one. Interesting to see how this final 10 minutes close. but I'd expect us to push on higher from here. If we look at it on the 15-minute, we've already got a slow, we've got this bullish candle here trying to push us higher. If we can get that in the last 10 minutes or so of this 4-hour candle, then it suggests that we'll probably go up here, and then maybe you could look for sells up and around this area. But bearing in mind, guys, today is NFP Thursday. It's not NFP Friday this week, it's NFP Thursday, which means you've got NFP coming out. There is other news that isn't necessarily red folder according to Forex Factory, but it is red folder according to other news sites, and it can still move the markets, especially after what happened with the pound yesterday. We've got services PMI coming out in a little while, if not already. Yeah, that has come out at 10:30. So we'll look at the pound in a second. Services PMI came out higher than expected, so that will also be an interesting one to keep an eye on, see if it's moved anything on the pound. Let me see. Am I a fundamental trader? No, I am not, Nico. I'm more of a technical trader, but I am eagerly learning about the fundamentals with my partner in crime, LJ. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then make sure you go and check out the AlphaBeta Lab. The link is on your screen right now, and it is a community dedicated to trader education. It's by traders for traders, and it's completely for free. So what more could you want? You know, it's a great community. We've got a bunch of the regular members in here with us today, so make sure you come and check us out. Then you'll see all the fundamentals. If you're interested in fundamentals, you'll see all those explained through the fundamental genius that is LJ, and also Dirk as well, where we have a fortnightly live podcast called Beyond the Ticker. Chart champ. I spoke about GU earlier. I'll go back to it again, but basically selling. It's somewhat stalled, but that's what I'm looking at the moment on GU right now. It's taking its time going down, so we'll see. How can we get the giveaway, Chart Champ? I'm waiting for Jonatan to confirm. As soon as I know more, you will know more. Chill's asking for USD JPY. Let's have a look. Showing some strength today, but we had this previous, I talked about this morning, we had this previous trend line on the 4-hour, which was broken. We did technically close above it, but we've now bounced off it again. So it does look as though there's potentially dollar weakness here, but we've still got a lot of liquidity all up here. So I'm not entirely convinced that that we're selling on the dollar yet, but it's hard to say. And because you've got NFP, you've got to be really careful looking for any big positions. This one doesn't look ready for me for a position right now. You could argue that there's sells coming in, but then we're in this little pocket here where you could then start looking for buys. So anything you do on USD JPY isn't going to last very long, I don't think. And then you might get caught out by NFP, for example. GU does look like it might move, and it's based off this. GU is just showing a lot of strength today. New Zealand dollar is showing a lot of weakness. Yesterday, the markets, as you can see, were pretty flat. There was not much volatility in pretty much all of the currencies, except for the CAD and except for the pound. So at the moment, we can see the pound has picked up strength again. The CAD's really not doing much after that. But that's why it's worth maybe looking at the pound pairs. As you can see here, I've got them listed. They're all showing strength coming back in again. Pound New Zealand, maybe one to consider, given the sell-off that it had. It's really a question of whether there's going to be continued negative sentiment towards the pound or not after the bonds weakened yesterday. Pound CAD is the other one to look at. It's reached a point here where it's stalled. Could that be the area to look for? Maybe it's ready to sell. I mean, that would make sense given the fact that we're going to sell on pound dollar. But I'd probably, again, much like pound dollar, I wouldn't be selling too far. I'd probably be only selling to around about the 85.5 area, something like that. So we'll see. Gold was moving up. It's stopped in that little area that I mentioned, and it's pulled back down again. So not too much there happening. Let me catch up on chat, because you guys are going to be going wild in the chat and you're going to complain that I'm not paying attention to you. I am paying attention, but there's just so many of you that it's hard for me to keep up. And why not sell GU? GU, if you look at it, it's tapped into, if I zoom out, we had this area here, right? So we had a nice order block sat behind a engulfing candle to the upside. So that creates a nice area of interest. If I zoom down to the 15-minute, you can see here that we've got this 15-minute wick. I think it was on the 30-minute as well. There you go, 30-minute engulfing candle to the upside. It wasn't respected. So I'm therefore then expecting us to see some reaction in this area of some kind. We've seen us bounce off of this earlier area, this one here, but I expect us now to pull back down. That's why I'm selling GU. Okay. So yeah. EG NR is asking. Let's have a look. EG would suggest that we're going to get, if we're going to see further weakness in the pound, then be looking for longs. EG hasn't yet come up to the higher area that I'd be expecting to, which is kind of the 87 area. So I would probably be looking for longs, especially given where we are right now. We're in a higher time frame zone of interest, as you can see here, where we previously sold from. We've broken past that, and we've broken past it again here. So we've now potentially got an area for support in that. The giveaway will be announced later, so you'll just have to wait. Okay. We are live, guys, until 2 p.m. UK time. So we're live for like another 4 hours, something like that. So plenty of time for the giveaway. So hang out, grab yourself a coffee, open up your charts, tell me what you're looking at, tell me what you're trading, and we'll take a look. USD CAD, Okot is asking. Let's have a look at USD CAD. USD CAD was a sell I had looked at, I think, but I got taken out. Was it this one? So the trade idea was valid in some respects, but I obviously got taken out by whatever that was yesterday. I don't know what that was yesterday, but yeah, taken out on that one. On the 4 hour, as we stand at the moment, we're coming again to these lows. I think we're probably still going to come lower. Oh, that was it was based on the break and retest. So there must have been something last night that triggered this big wick. But it does mean that there is liquidity now as a nice trail up here. So this could again lean towards that bias of strength in the dollar, and therefore selling on Euro USD, selling on pound USD, and maybe buying on USD JPY. You can see here we've got this nice little pocket here with this engulfing candle. Again, that might be a nice area to look for buys. We've had this 4 hour engulfing here, but I'm not sure what it's reacting from. It's possibly reacting from this little pocket in there, in that one there. So you may already have seen the lows of the day on USD CAD, and it might start to see some longs. Really depends what it does when it comes down to this area. It has opened up this wick without, sorry, it has got a wick on there. So that's still an area that I would probably be looking for longs in and around somewhere there. That's possibly somewhere to look for. in that little pocket. So between 135.821 and 135.794. So so yeah, Rishabh, I will announce the giveaway details later. Okay. In fact, here's what I'm going to do. Just give me a second. Giveaway. There you go. Okay. There you go. All right. Read the comment on the screen, guys. There is indeed NFP today, so you've got to be very, very careful. So yeah. NQ test hits your TP. Nicely done, Nora. Is that today or is that yesterday? Because you had one yesterday afternoon. Are you now doing another one? Let me know. Be really curious whether or not that's the case. If we look at NAS on the hourly, took a pump yesterday afternoon, and we are now kind of in this upper range. We've broken this structure, suggesting we might start to see some pullback. This was pretty impulsive, this move. You've got an area there, for example, to potentially be targeted. So let's have a look. Is there any other areas worth looking at? You've got an inside bar there, and you also got one there. What does it look like on the 4 hour? Yeah, it's reacted off this wick here in there. So looks like you might get some sellers. The only thing is you've got this little pocket here, so it's kind of stuck between these two little pockets. So NAS looks a little bit tricky. The sell may have been just where it came in to tap into that, and then it sold off, as you can see there. Next area where it's probably going to react from, let's have a look, is could be here in the 15-minute, which is kind of already doing right now. Reason for that is that you had this engulfing candle trying to push us down. Price came to retest it and didn't hold. We've not held this one, so there are a lot of sellers trying to sell, but the buyers are just overpowering them. So there's a potential, I mean, very, very risky scalp going back up to this area to retest it. But probably the next area for support is going to be in here. But you've just got to decide what you're trading. If you're scalping, or if you're intraday, or if you're swing trading, you've got to obviously adjust accordingly. Yeah, I mean, the problem is if you're selling it, you know, look at it on the daily. You know, LJ was saying it the other day. Who would want to sell this, right? It doesn't look like it wants to stop. I mean, it did pull back on Tuesday. Doesn't necessarily show any real significant signs of stopping, because yesterday it took the low of Tuesday and is pushing on higher. So there is potential resistance, but I wouldn't say there's a huge amount there. So so yeah, got to be careful with that one. Euro USD, Junior, be very, very careful with these statements, because they can catch you out. Will it definitely sell? Probably, but when is the question? When, and can you catch it? So so yeah, Euro USD I've already spoken about, but looking like sells, very much like Pound USD, which is looking all right for those sells. Still going nicely, in a nice bit of profit, and gold as well. That gold trade that I was in is also selling off nicely. So glad that I didn't go to break even, because I was tempted to go to break even down here as we made this move, but we've just come back to retest that little area there. So we'll see how gold plays out for that. I am literally talking about gold right now, Antonio. So so there you go. Yeah, it could well be M76. It could well be. If you look at it on the 1 hour though, you know, there's still, I would say there's still areas for us to come and target, even if the gold trade was down to there. I'm quite happy with that, to be honest. After the trading I've had recently, I'll quite happily take that as a sell trade. It's not the usual trade I would have taken, if I'm honest, because my stop loss was all the way up here against these highs. Not really a comfortable trade. I mean, it's a 1 hour basically. If I close it there, not really what I would go for, but we'll see. And do I expect gold to sell today? Junior, I don't think gold is clear at the moment, and the reason being is, and I know some of you will say, what on earth does that chart look like? There is method to my madness, but basically all the lines represent major liquidity. So major liquidity is an inside bar, a wickless candle, or perfect equal highs or equal lows. So price is exactly the same on two separate candles. Where you look at it on the daily, for example, we've hit these highs and we've pushed down. We've now come to this area. We've still got the darker purple areas. Those are higher time frame major liquidity. So the higher the time frame, the more powerful it is. The same for the zones. So as you can see, we've retested this area, but not massively. And we still have this cluster of levels up here. I do think overall I'm bearish on gold, but it's not clear for me yet whether our bullish kind of retest going higher, whether that's fully taken effect yet or not. You have got areas where suggesting that it is ready to sell, but it's not a clear one right now. You know, if you look at it where we are in the wider structure, we're probably at about if I take this as a fib down here, we're at the 6180. So ordinarily, as a potential break and retest, you could take this as a possible trade potentially, where you're anticipating that it's just going to break down. But it's risky because what did it break? It didn't actually break anything in this move down. So yeah, at the moment the markets are just not as clear as certainly as I would like. Farian, please read what's on the screen. Is that liquidity mapping an indicator or my own markings? Daniel, it's my own markings. So I have tried building an indicator for it, but it's nigh on impossible. So what I do is I would start with a naked chart like this. What I would do is I would ordinarily, if I have the time, which I don't because I'm trying to keep up with chat and all these other things, ordinarily what I would do is I would have everything organized here, and I would have a folder for zones and a folder for liquidity. And what I do is I basically go through and I would mark out where I find those areas. So let's say, for example, on the monthly to start off with, on the monthly right now, I can see that we've got an inside bar here, which hasn't been retested. So that would be a level there. Now you can see I've already got marked that out. So you can see that one's marked there. This one here, back at the beginning of March, we had a monthly candle that opened up without a wick. So again, that's a level that is, in my mind, deemed to be retested very, very soon. Again, inside bars down here and so on. And so you just go through time frame by time frame and take it one step at a time. I'm not going to let her just talk over me as a talking voice. Let's bring her into the chat properly. It's Anastasiia. I knew what you were planning. I knew what you were planning.
I was just about to do that. I was respectfully waiting until you finish the sentence.
All right, listen, it's great to.
And he does it again. Welcome, everyone. Hi, guys. Good to see you, Mike. Looking good. How are you today?
Thank you very much. You're looking good as well. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. Spanish bureaucracy is getting me stuck, so thank you so much for.
I was going to say, did you give them some, give them a hard time for all the hassle that they were giving you?
Unfortunately, it's making it only worse. So you need to stay patient. In Spain, it's mañana, it's tranquilo. You're not in a rush. You're just taking it easy.
Yeah, exactly. But somehow, government bureaucracy wherever we go is always a problem. It feels. So yeah. But anyway, I'm in some trades, Anastasiia. Believe it or not, I'm in some trades.
So you're in some trades before the non-farm payrolls and in the shortened day before the US bank holiday.
Yeah. Why not?
Of course you are.
Of course I am. What else would you expect from a degenerate like myself? So I'm selling gold, and I'm also selling pound USD. So we'll give Anastasiia a couple of minutes, guys, for her to go away and look at her charts, and then she'll nitpick and say, "Mike, you're crazy. You're wild."
Why would you be selling gold? I mean, I have my analysis since yesterday already, and
there you go.
Selling gold, really? Selling pound, though, it does make sense. Like selling pound, I'm gonna give it back to you. Like it actually makes sense. I had my analysis since yesterday. So bring it up in a moment.
If you look at gold, though, I mean, gold right now is a bit of a worry, just where it's reacting on the 5 minutes. So I am tempted to actually. I'm wondering whether to close my trade here.
Selling pound, though.
Selling pound, yeah.
Yeah, also not. Absolutely not.
Oh dear. Okay. All right. Well, listen. Okay, I'm going to say.
Guys, NFP is today. Hello, good morning, everyone. NFP is today. Hey, Mike.
It is indeed. It is indeed.
Tomorrow is Independence Day in the United States. So normally NFP is the first Friday of the month. But this month is an exception because we have the Independence Day tomorrow, the 4th of July, the big day for United States. Today is a shortened trading day, so the trading closes, the US market closes 3 hours earlier than usual, and we have NFP today, not tomorrow.
Exactly. I think I'm all right for sales. I think I'm all right.
Yeah,
you don't like my sales?
Good. I definitely think you should keep holding.
You just want me to hit stop loss, don't you?
No, but you're so sure about the analysis. Like, how can I take it away?
No, I'm not. I'm not sure at all. Honestly, I'm definitely not sure. After my trading shenanigans over the last few months, I'm most definitely not sure. But
can I 1 second? So
please do.
This is essentially our pound. So the pound I was looking at yesterday, I was looking for a sell in the evening. I even recorded their small overview for it, my own for a couple of students. So my channel. So we had a rejection here. We had a huge cluster volume right here. We have a big volume area right here. So here is a volume cluster. If you look at the volume distribution to the downside. So I was looking at this move here. However, as we can see, the price made a move as perfect entry point from where I talked about it, but only 32 ticks. I mean, only depends how you see it, of course. But then the price broke through, and now it's retesting this huge volume cluster from the upside. So we are right now testing it from above. And unless the price breaks through this and holds, if this happens, then I'm going to go for short again from the same. But for right now, I would be going and I would be looking for a long continuation back towards this area of volume. And unless the price breaks through it here, I would not be shorting it. But maybe you're going to get lucky, of course. Maybe you're going to get lucky and the price breaks through. But that's going to be pure luck. It's going to be really lucky.
You know what? I'm due some luck. So if this trade is lucky, then I will happily accept Lady Luck shining down upon me. So yeah. There's a couple of questions that I've just noticed in the chat from earlier. Firstly, 2944, she is saying I'm crazy. I completely agree. It is exactly what she's saying. I think that's why we get the most views, is because it ends up being Anastasiia telling me how crazy I am, and everyone just loves the drama. So that's probably why we're so popular, right?
No, it's not, because we are a dream team, right?
We are a dream team. We are a dream team. I make Anastasia's trades look amazing with my terrible trades. That's how it works. Could we have a look at pound JPY? Do you want to pull up pound JPY, Anastasiia, or shall I do it?
I'm gonna give it to you.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say you would do it, but okay. Pound JPY looks like a sell to me. Looking at that on the 5-minute, looks like a sell right now. Nice couple of engulfing candles. 1, 2. We've taken what's probably an hourly inside bar or something like that. We've got some nice levels down here by the looks of things. Let's see. Yeah, I think you'd look for sells on pound JPY potentially. If we take it out to the hourly, we've come into this area. I don't think you're going to get long-term sells. It's probably if you look at it, it's in a similar kind of state as what Anastasiia was saying earlier with regards to GU in terms of that point of control where it's testing it. GJ, you might get some short-term sells, but it's a little bit tricky because you can see we've got this area of interest as to whether or not it's going to hold or whether it's going to act as support moving forward. Not looking clean to me right now, so I wouldn't be touching GJ if I'm honest. Just my personal thoughts. And then one question from Tim. So Tim mentioned the lack of the wick as a potential retest on gold. Can you explain the relevance, please? So very, very simply, my strategy is based upon looking for what I define as major liquidity levels. Major liquidity levels are determined by the 3 factors I mentioned earlier. An inside bar, so a candle that hasn't taken the high or the low of the candle prior to it, and those levels haven't been negated. Inside bar, a wickless candle, so where a candle's open is the same as its high or low, or the close is the same as the high or the low. And then the other one is the perfect equal highs and equal lows. The reason for the wickless candle idea is because if you imagine, particularly on a monthly basis, it's the one I was talking about was this one here. So this candle right here, if you look at the open, high, low, close at the top of my screen, don't know if you guys can read that, but you've got 2857.86 as an open and a low. So what that means is that when the market opened on that day, on the 1st of, or whatever it was, the 3rd of March, on a Monday morning, it shot up. It just went flying out the traps, suggesting that there wasn't a chance for that, let's say, equilibrium within the market. Now, price doesn't always have to come back straight away to equalize, let's say, all the positions for the various different market players, but it does mean that there is an imbalance there in the market because it was just so impulsive. The higher the time frame, the more significant it is. That's why I also look at random time frames such as the 7-minute or the 7-hour or the 11-day, all of those ones, because they give me a different perspective on things. And I can see, for example, this 11-day candle showed me that price was happy to continue to go higher for the time being at that point, is now reached these highs, and now we're pushing down. So it just gives me these arenas in which to trade. So I hope that helps answer that question for you. There really is an imbalance, says Junior. Not sure which you're related to, but that's what I see. And trade only edge, no winner has been announced because no giveaway has been done yet. The giveaway details will come later, as you can see on your screen right now. So yeah. Rishabh's take profit was hit on his sell for gold. Congratulations. Let's just go down to my trade on gold. Yeah, we're heading nicely down lower. So looks like yeah, I think I'm going to hold this one for the time being. Looks like we're going lower for the time being. Let's just see if, I'm just curious, I just spotted this one here. No, that one isn't a perfect equal low. So, but no, that one's also been taken. So yeah, I think we're going lower because this wick here was our support. We've broken past it just marginally, and so we're heading lower. So yeah, looking quite happy with that one, Anastasiia, I've got to say. A little bit proud of that one. I don't often get these days a good trade live on stream. GU may end up being my my loss, but that gold one is looking all right. It's looking okay. So
Yeah.
so yeah. What have you got on your
Today?
charts? What are you? Yeah.
I'm not
Or are
today.
you not touching it?
I'm
You're not touching a thing.
Nah, not today. NFP and the end of the week, not my preferable time to trade, to be honest with you.
Oh come on, live vicariously. Let's just throw caution to the wind and throw some trade into the market. Let's get your millions moving the market, shall we?
Seriously? Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get Anastasiia to move the market, guys.
Well, this is GJ, and I agree with you at least on this one today. At least we got some aligned.
Appreciate it. That's really kind of you. Thank you. Throw me a bone, why don't you?
I don't think it's in a good position right now to trade, so I wouldn't be touching GJ currently because we see that the price has retested this huge volume accumulation zone. It went above it, retested it one more time. So I'm overall bullish on GJ, and I think we are going here. So we are going towards the next volume zone. So I would be aiming to reach this zone right here in the next, I don't know, couple of days. I would say the next week most likely, because the tomorrow market is not probably going to be that. As right now, there is a volume right here normally, so I see the possibility that the price would give a retest that you're talking about. But on the other hand, if we look at the volume distribution over this movement to the upside, here we will see that right here is a value area low. So the price is now retesting it. As we can see, this 1 week touched it and went back to the upside. So we are right now in testing the value area high, apologies. So as long as we are above the value area high, I'm going to be looking for the continuation to the buy or to the upside. The same is GU. So GU is my bullish bias for today, and GJ is also my bullish bias, which doesn't mean that I would be entering the trade now. GU, for me personally, from what I see, looks much better than GJ. Like GJ doesn't have much confirmation, while GU actually has, right? So if you're looking at this huge volume cluster, I mean, that's a very big confirmation. So the price has a very big reason to continue to the upside. Since I don't have this insight in JJ because it's a forex pair, I can't really count on something really so strong. So I would be trading GU if it would be NFP today. But GJ, yeah, bullish, no entry though for me. And gold, I am bullish on gold since yesterday. So I was showing this setup yesterday. So that's a kind of head and shoulders pattern, as we can see here. This is the only pattern that I trade. We did break the previous high as well here, which is the extra confirmation that the seller levels were taken. So we see the price retested the point of control of the week here as well. Went up, and the current point of control is also below the price. So we have 2 points of control, the previous week and the current week, below the price, pushing the price eventually higher, right? So acting as a support currently. And if you go on the 30-minute time frame, we see the beautiful retest of the zone. So we had an accumulation, a move to the upside, a retest of this volume zone, and now continuation to the upside. If you're going to be very lucky, Mike, then most likely it's going to come back here again, hit your take profit, and then go. But it would be a luck, because realistically right now we are on the point of control of the day here. So right at the current moment, we are right at the point of control of the day, and from this moment the price might go up. So this is a daily point of control, might go up. If it doesn't, and if it breaks this, you are good, I think, to hold yourselves.
Thank
But
you.
other than that, I would be waiting for the long here, and I am aiming towards these highs here. So I'm aiming for the price to reach back those zones and the highs from the 23rd of June, which is quite a significant move actually. I'm waiting here for like 400 ticks to the upside. So
Gold's actually making a move right now, coming down. So I'm quite happy to see it coming down. It's coming down, taking a bunch of levels. I'm just trying to see if there's an area that I can see where there might be a reaction back up, just to confirm that I should maybe close my trade. But there is a significant amount of liquidity all around in here. I think there's a possible pocket in here around 347.81 to 348.40 is possibly where I might need to consider closing, because other than that, there's nothing else really in here at the moment. It's showing a lot of bearish momentum right now. So for now, I'm holding on. I'm 60 pips in profit. So
good.
I'll happily accept that. So yeah. Rishabh, there are no giveaway winners right now. Read the screen, my friend. Giveaway details will come later. Okay. So yeah. Just trying to keep up with chat. Going backwards and forwards. Let's see. EU will go higher. We've got somebody asking about the Dow Jones, Anastasiia. Oh, here he is.
Okay.
The man himself.
Hello, everyone. How's it going?
Those of you asking about the giveaway, I can now take this banner off because now Jonathan's going to tell you all about it, aren't you, Jonathan?
We're doing a giveaway today, are we? What type of giveaway are we doing, Michael?
You tell me.
Okay, we're doing a 75K celebration subscribers. That's wrong. No, we're doing a 75K subscribers celebration giveaway. Now, the question is, how do you join? Well,
Exactly.
There's supposed to be a link in the description of the video. So if you go to the link in the description of the video, and I will also find that little link for you all, and I will post that in the comment section. And then a bit later in the live stream, we're going to give away a couple of high stakes trading account. I think we have. Okay, so let's do this. Okay, so we have 5 high stakes trading accounts to give away, because I asked the big boss Saul. I said, how many accounts can I give away today? And he's like, can we give maybe 4? And I said, let's do it 5. And he said, okay, let's do it 5. So now I'm saying, because I know that he's not watching this because he's probably in a meeting. I know that I just had a meeting with him, and he said he has another meeting. So he's in a meeting. So let's make it 6. If we can get to, how many subscribers do we have right now? How many subscribers do we have right now? We had
76,600, I think it was.
Okay, can we get 300? Is that can we get 300 more subscribers?
76,710. So can we get to 77,000?
Okay. Let's
290.
If we can get 290 subscribers today before the end of this live stream, I promise, if you don't tell Saul, that we'll do another bigger giveaway next week. I said it, so there's no taking back now. Okay.
So hang on. So what are you saying? So if we get to 77,000 today, then there's going to be another giveaway next week.
Yeah. So we'll do 5 accounts today, and then we'll do. How many accounts should we give away, Mike? What do you think?
Well, there's a suggestion in the chat that we should be doing 75, given the fact that we hit 75,000.
Maybe 7.5.
That's literally what I was just about to say. This gives 7.5 counts away.
Yeah. No. So today we're gonna do 5. If you can get to 77 today, let's do 6 today, and then we'll do like 4 extra next week. Okay. a lot of giveaways, a lot of accounts, a lot of giveaways. But you know what? Like, we got to give back. We got to give back to the community. You're liking us, so we have to like you back. You know, like you're hitting that like, you're subscribing to the channel, you're giving me the attention that I feel like I've deserved. I've been, waiting for this all my life. I've said, Mom, and sometime in the future I'm going to be on TV, and now YouTube is sort of TV, and here I am. I'm getting the attention that I do feel like I've
It's amazing
deserved.
how these dreams are coming true for you, Jonatan. It's
Yeah,
really remarkable.
it really is. And I'm just throwing away accounts, and then I have a meeting with the CEO later in the week, and he's like, Jonatan, you got to give away. You can't give away all of these accounts, But I don't care. Let's just throw it around.
Just celebrate the joy that is being the YouTube virality that we are. Yeah.
Yeah, look at Anastasia. She's just quiet, just shaking her head like, "Oh God, what is this?" But yeah, this is what we do here. This is what we do. This is live trading for all of you. I like this. Me first? Nah, it's not how it works. I'm sorry, dude. That's not how it works. You gotta go in. You're gonna register for the giveaway link. My son's outside. That's weird. I thought he was inside. I see my son on the street outside. I could have sworn he was inside. Okay. It looks like he's coming in now. Prepare for the hurricane. That is that little child. Okay.
Hurricane coming?
I think there is a hurricane coming here, yeah. Okay, no, he went past the house. Okay, good.
Aaron, congratulations. Just got funded yesterday. Grinded it for 9 months. 1 account, no breached accounts. That is amazing. Congratulations, Aaron. Really nicely done.
Beautiful. Congrats. That is the best.
And that's
just the best feeling, And Rishab, I do appreciate you thinking we are the best, but please do not spam. It's not going to help you. It's not going to help you in the giveaway. I will add the giveaway link in the comment section right now.
I've already pinned it. It's already there.
Oh, you have?
Yes.
Man, you're already quick.
It's already pinned in the comments. So guys, all you got to do is click on the link either in the description or in the comments. Yeah, away you go. Simple as that. And if you're watching on Twitter, then you need to get over to YouTube to get the link.
That's right.
From the description. Make sure that you subscribe to the YouTube channel because all the fun is right here, not on Twitter.
Exactly.
Vinicius is taking the top spot again. I see who is in the second place. Who is that? Nora, you're in on the fourth spot now. That's not okay. We gotta. Maybe we should ban 2 and 3 so Nora can take space.
Nikhil, we've literally just explained it. All you got to do is go to the link in the description, link that's pinned to the chat, and away you go. Rishab, you are on the verge of getting yourself banned, my friend, so please stop spamming. Too late, already done.
I'm getting I had a crazy deja vu. Like I've been here before. We doing a giveaway, telling them exactly how to do it, and then they're asking how to do it, and then we had to ban someone. Like I swear we've been here before.
I'm pretty sure this happens every time, isn't it?
Every single time.
It's literally every single time. But alas, that is the way that it is. So
it is.
So yeah.
So what are we trading today?
I'm in a really nice gold sell, I've got to say. Anastasiia thinks I'm crazy for it, but I am currently 76 pips up on this gold trade. It's coming down to the next area where I potentially might see a reaction from. So just waiting to see how it plays out here. So I might close where I am right now. Yeah, looking nice at the moment for this gold sell at the moment. We're just in this little pocket here on the 10-minute where there might be a reaction coming in. So wait to see if we can break past it.
But you're also in a sell for GU.
I am in a sell on GU as well, and that's also looking good.
For now.
Someone said in the comment,
Anastasiia really doesn't want me to get a profit today. She really doesn't want me to get a profit today.
Who
No,
is
unless
this? Like,
you
why? I haven't even. I've just got here. I haven't traded at all today. Like, how can I be a terrible trader? I haven't even been trading, man. Who's Rye?
Raj is not he's not happy with you. He's obviously got some kind of beef with you, Jonatan, from some former live stream. You must have insulted his ICT trading or something, maybe. That's probably what it was.
Let's see.
Was he an ICT trader that maybe you insulted in the past?
Yeah, probably.
Could well be.
one of many, Mike.
I do respect traders, making money trading ICT. There's not a lot of them out there though.
But then a lot of the guys that you interview for the 5ers YouTube stream, the YouTube channel, they're ICT traders. The funded guys, aren't they?
They are, but I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Most of the traders interview I do with, never mind. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna share that in private with you, Mike. That's something that's supposed to be shared privately and not in a public live stream like this one.
Okay. All right. Good to know.
Yeah.
All right.
So you're in GBP USD here. That looks good.
I'm in this GBP USD and I'm in this gold as well. And gold is looking good. Looking good indeed. So yeah, very happy with this actually.
And Anastasiia, I take it that you're taking the other direction.
Well, for gold,
not taking anything.
Not really. Well, I'm looking for. Normally, I would be like taking a buy right now for GU, because yesterday I was looking for a sell from this big volume cluster. Literally in the evening, I was even posting a video on that, and we made 32 ticks to the upside to the downside movement, and now the price broke through and testing this volume from above. So normally, in any other day, I would be taking long on GU right now. But since we have a shortened day, we have an SP today, I don't trade on this kind of days. I don't see the point. I'm an intraday trader. Sometimes this trade gets stuck for like a day or two. And the last thing I want is for my trade to be somewhere a little bit in the drawdown or like somewhere around the entry. And then I'm going to get stuck in it until Monday. Like when Trump is a president, you don't want to get your trades rolling over for 4-day weekend, because there is a very high probability that you're going to wake up on Monday with a 300 tick gap, because he's going to wake up during the weekend and say something that is completely out of place. So, the last thing I want is to hold my trades over the weekend.
The funny thing is that we talk about Trump and his posts. Did you see what happened yesterday with Pound and why Pound sold? Well, why Pound sold off was obviously partly because of the bond market, as LJ quite rightly spotted when he did a bit of digging. But the news that happened was that the finance minister for the UK was crying in Parliament, or she was deemed to be crying, that she had tears in her eyes. And so everyone was like, oh, she's going to get fired. And so that was the reason for suddenly supposed negative sentiment towards the pound. And I thought, do you know what?
Did that actually happen?
Yeah, she had tears in her eyes, but apparently it was a personal matter. So
okay, well that is ridiculous though. The fact that the market reacted like that. She's a human. What if someone close to her died? And she's crying. And the market just, we get a human being crying. Let's sell everything.
Exactly.
Wow, we are as traders, as humans and traders, we're just horrible people. It's horrible people.
Just sell it all. Sell it all. She's crying. Just sell it. Forget about Trump posting about, trying to tell Fed Chair Powell to resign. There's somebody crying in Houses of Parliament.
Imagine if Powell would get out crying. Imagine the collapse in the market.
I think we need to normalize showing emotions.
We do.
Okay, I don't want to see Trump crying when he's addressing the military or something like that, maybe. But
I do.
Yeah, I know you do, but I'm a fan of Trump. I don't want to see him crying. I do have a big ass poster of Trump in my bedroom, and he's not crying on that poster, you know.
Wait,
And I don't want to see my idol cry.
Jonathan, I'd love to know what your missus said when you put that poster up in your bedroom wall.
Wait. That's fine.
No, she's okay with that. She's definitely okay with that. Yeah, we have a bit like on the thing you put on the bed, like the bed, like when you make the bed and then the last thing you put on it. What's it called?
Bed sheet.
Bed sheet. Is it bed sheet?
Oh,
No,
like, the cover, the duvet.
Yes, we have on there. We have Trump riding, like flying an eagle, bald eagle.
Jonathan,
and then we have,
I'm not. I know how wild and crazy you are, but I'm not going to believe this until I see photographic evidence.
Well, that's a deal. That's a deal.
And I want photographic evidence has to be you lying on said bed next to this duvet, because otherwise you're just going to go and find a picture from the internet and say, "Look, this is my bed," because I know what you're like.
You're smart,
so
Mike.
I want photographic evidence. If because I cannot imagine that your missus would allow you to have such a thing. I mean, she's crazy enough to be with you anyway. So to then have that duvet, that's a whole other level of craziness. I didn't know that was possible.
I think she would probably leave me if I did something like that.
I know mine would literally just change the locks on the door and that would be it. I'd be gone. So I can imagine yours wouldn't be too happy.
I think what mine would do is like just you know, book an Airbnb or something and just, you know, stay there for a while.
For you?
Sorry, what?
For you there?
No, she's gonna order like the finest Airbnb with my credit card and then leave. Probably.
Oh dear. Man. Tim wants to know, Jonathan. I think this only can be a question to Jonathan. He wants to know your view on ICT. If you're happy to expand, he says he's a student and finally in profit, but I see the mistakes other ICTers make is they overcomplicate. What do you think, Jonathan? Look at that frozen face, that lagged frozen face there.
No, but so I think we have to first we have to separate the person with the person with the concept, right? And the person behind ICT, you know, he's very it's weird, you know. It's really weird. He okay, I'm not going to go into that. But the person behind the concept, there's a lot of videos out there. You can find out yourself. It's all a bit crazy, the history behind all of that and everything. But then you had the concept of ICT, and it's all technical analysis, right? So technical analysis is fairly simple, right? You have a set number of technical tools, you have concepts, you have trending markets, ranging markets, you have horizontal levels, trend lines, and all of that, and then you have indicators, and it's all very simple, right? It's all the very foundation of technical analysis is very simple. But then you have people creating concepts and trading strategies where they take a very simple idea in trading in technical analysis, like for example the break and retest concept. And the break and retest concept can be broken down, like for example a break and retest of an untested level. The first retest after a breakout is a lot of times you have ICT traders talking about that as a fair value gap. There's often a fair value gap, and then you talk about you have ICT traders talk about the optimal trade entry, which is basically just taking a few important fib levels and then changing a couple of numbers and just adding a name to it. So what ICT has done is he has taken traditional technical analysis and then branded it and packages in a way that looks, you know, cooler in a way, and then kind of tries to push that to the trading community. And then everyone says like, I'm trading ICT, I'm you know, I want to see a retest of a fair value gap inside the OTE, the optimal trade entry. which is basically just a break and retest of the reload zone or break and retest of the 0.618. It's all the same. So what I have to say on ICT is that ICT is no different than anything else that is out there. You're most likely not successful because you're using ICT. You're successful because you're consistent in what you do, and it doesn't matter if you're using ICT or simple concept that's break and retest, or just going long on just buying range lows and selling range highs. It's not about the concept. It's more about being consistent in your approach, no matter if you're using ICT or whatever. But then when you look at ICT, the person behind the concept is a bit crazy, and it's a bit just hilarious the way that he's claiming that he claims that he has invented the algorithm that runs the market. He claims that he was kidnapped by two market makers that gave him the secret to the market, and he was held hostage in a place where he had to solve mysteries based on the Fibonacci sequence to get out of that hostage situation. And while being a hostage, he was shared the secret to the market, which is the enigma or whatever he likes to call it, and that is the algorithm that is running the whole market. Now, I choose not to get involved with people like that because it's ridiculous.
It's bad enough that you associate yourself with me, to let alone get involved in somebody like him.
We got Mike from ABO, and then we got Michael Huddleston of ICT. I would rather just have one Mike in my life than two. So that's my thought on ICT. It's a bit insane. Everything's just insane, and the world is a little bit upside down, a little bit insane. And then we have in the trading world, we have someone like ICT being like one of the most famous educator out there. It tells us a lot about the trading industry. It tells us a lot about the
crazy. You know what tells us a lot about the trading industry and about people? That people buy this shit. Like they really believe the guy was solving the sequence of Fibonacci to be able to get out of this, whatever reason or however he like.
It would make a really good movie.
It would. Yeah, it would make a great movie.
We should make a movie. We should make a movie.
The story of ICT.
Yeah, but it's like I see traders on like interviews talking about how there's a lot of different algorithms in the market, right? And then you have ICT traders commenting on that videos like, well, you see, ICT is right because you have algorithms running that is, moving the markets. I have a computer right here in the living room. I'm looking at it right now. I got 4 different algos running 24/7 automatically. Am I running the forex market?
Yeah.
Just because I have 4 algos running? It's just because Citibank and JP Morgan have poured in billions into building algorithms that is trading automatically in the market. Does that mean that they control the whole international forex market? Of course not. There's hundreds of thousands of different big algorithms out there running 24/7, but they're not running the market. What's running the market
I've actually spoken to somebody who wrote some of the algos first used in the early 2000s, and he wrote it for the likes of Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, and Deutsche Bank, and it was specifically on the mortgage markets, obviously then after the whole thing crashed and everything else, but he wrote the algos on that. The algos have been running for a long time. The banks have been using, the banks have had a head start on all of this for so long, and it's only now that people are starting to get into the retail trading because brokers have opened up, because you've got prop firms and everything else. And now with the advent of AI, people are going even one step further and writing their own codes rather than having to rely on some, genius who can write code. They're trying to do it themselves. So yeah, it's been the algos have been around for a very, very long time.
Let's make a poll. I want to see how many of you are trading ICT or not. So we're making a poll. Are you trading ICT? Yes or no in the comment section. And please, I don't care if you're trading ICT or not. I do not care. If you're profitable, I don't care if you're just trading, with a, hitting a dart on a wall with different setups. I don't care if you're profitable, you do whatever you do, right? But in this live stream, I'm a bit known for being anti-ICT, but I'm not anti-money. I'm not anti-profitability. I'm not anti-being consistent. So you can't make money with ICT. You can't do that being completely, with ICT. So it's not about the strategy. It's about the concept, right? No, it's not about it's not about the concept. It's about the person.
It's about the cult.
Yeah, it's a bit of a cult. I'm probably a fan of some cults, but not this one. Not this one.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
So we'll see.
Sheikh says, if you can trade ICT, but you're also just trading price action with a bunch of noise. Mustafa says, yeah, and it's profitable. Thing is, like Jonathan said earlier, it's just another way of describing price action and market analysis and everything else. It's just with a different name. It's the same as, it's just rehashed.
Yeah, and I was so surprised when when I started doing interviews for The5ers, and I saw that a lot of traders are using ICT, and then when I kind of got into their system, I started to understand that, wait a minute, this is the same way as I'm trading. They're like, oh, I'm taking this trade here because of that fair value gap and the OTE. Then I'm like, well, wait a minute, that's a break and retest of the reload zone. That's my system. And then it kind of got to me like, okay, it's not about the system. It's about a man that has packaged this in a way that is very apparently very interesting, because a lot of people are drawn to ICT. But I think one of the reasons for that is because there's a lot of influencers creating a name for themselves in the ICT space. We've all seen it, right? We all see everyone with having ICT in their name, because that gives you views, it gives you engagement. If you create a Twitter account that's called like the ICT Master, and then you start posting a lot of screenshots of trades using ICT, that is going to get you a lot of more views than you just doing that with regular technical analysis. So I think it's like, it's almost like the thing with Andrew Tate, right? Where you had everyone clipping his interviews. Like, he became big, not because of his content, but because of everyone becoming big on using his content, right? So I think it's kind of like the same thing.
100%. Maria's made a really interesting point here. I do incorporate and sometimes use the breakout strategy, which some say comes from ICT using the 15-minute open candle. But I'm wondering, Maria, if you actually studied ICT. Because if you didn't, then that proves the exact point I was making, is that ICT is just another way of describing market analysis and price action and everything else. It's just different words. It's the same market, it's just different words. So as Jonathan says, if you're making money, then go for it, guys. Knock yourselves out. But I think the key thing is just don't go following the cult and expecting it to change your life and to suddenly give you all the answers to everything, because that it will not do.
He is a good seller. Like, he created his own brand and he sold it to other people, and you guys bought it. That's what it is. Because the same exact concept been there for 20 years. And essentially, it's pretty much what a lot of courses are doing. A lot of mentors out there are doing exactly the same thing. He just got big. He was just able to promote it really well. And others were not as successful as he, for example, promoting it. But it's exactly the same thing if you buy a course for $500 somewhere, and they're going to teach you exactly similar thing and name it a little bit differently just to make it look like it's something new, after a while. But the principles are exactly the same. I was posting something some time ago on, for example, on volume and order flow, and someone was like, it's not going to work out because it's outside of the optimal trade entry time. And people are so brainwashed because someone told them the times they need to trade. But the times you need to trade during the day are the times that you are most profitable based on the sample example of at least 100 trades better 6 to 12 months of your personal trading data, not someone else's trading data, not what someone else told you and the times that you should be trading, but your own tested. That's
That makes a lot of sense.
That's an optimal trading time.
Yeah,
That's
a very important point, Anastasiia.
Yeah, we had a good laugh about it, of course, but like people are like it's so crazy, you know. You come into trading to expand your mind, and then people find like these things, and they're like this ICT, you know.
This is an interesting comment, right? This has nothing. This is nothing like religion. If you're comparing ICT with religion, that's exactly why we need to have this conversation. I mean, it is. Guys, come on. We're technical analysts. We're market analysts. We're not talking about like spiritual things here. We're not talking about someone that is controlling the market with an algorithms. We're talking about technical analysis. Go pick up a book on technical analysis. There's a really good book by, I think it's John Murphy, Financial Markets or something. I'm not really sure exactly what it's called. Pick up that book, learn about the basics of technical analysis, and understand what technical analysis is. Nothing that we do is moving the markets. We are nobody in this industry if you look at who's moving the markets.
If we're in the ocean, we're plankton in the ocean.
Yeah.
We're not even fish. We are plankton.
And I feel like this conversation is super, super important, because you guys watching this, you need to understand where we're coming from. We want to provide with you like expert opinions on what's happening in the market right now from a live trading perspective using our systems. Okay, we want you to create your own trading style and your own trading system so that you can be long-term consistently profitable by taking bits and pieces of what we're offering here. Build your system based on some of the things that we're showing you here. We're not interested in giving you a polished marketing ready package to sell to you, and then you say go out and you can only trade during this specific hour of the day, you can only do this and that. That's not how trading works. And the faster you realize that the creating a technical system is a mix between science and art, right? You have to be able to be creative, but also be able to look at the numbers and figure out what works for you. So I do feel like a conversation like this, be it negative impact or not, is super, super important.
I think the point is
Ray, I'm sorry, but I'm just gonna die now. I'm just gonna die reading this comment. Like, with all respect, what the heck?
This is why you have to tell me that it's very hard to sometimes read sarcasm, and I really hope that's sarcastic, Raj. Because if it's not, then yeah. But going
common sense, you realize that common sense isn't so common sometimes,
Yeah. I think that it's most of this, it's for engagement. It's baiting, it's for engagement. I think most of the accounts out there with ICT in the name, it's just to get engagement. Okay, so again, we need to be very careful with differentiating between the person behind the concept and the actual concept, because the concept, they work, but it's not because it's created by ICT. It doesn't work because it's created by ICT. It works because it's technical analysis, and technical analysis works. Yeah, okay. I think we've talked about this for quite a long time. But it's an interesting subject, and I get a bit of a headache.
Oh dear.
From all of this.
Oh dear. Jonathan's got a headache from ICT concept. That can never be a good thing. But just going back to Daniel's point, I think what Daniel's saying is that we shouldn't be giving him the time of day, right? He's not saying that he's religion, right? He's Daniel. What Daniel's trying to say is, because of this guy's negative persona and everything else, is that by giving him airtime, we're giving him the exposure that he wants, right? But what we're saying is that we're trying to differentiate the idea of technical analysis and everything else, and whatever name you give it, whether it be ICT or anything else, SMC, all of these other ones, that's one thing. The person behind it is the problem. The person behind it is the one who sells this kind of dream of being able to master everything, when the reality is that's not the case, right? So I think we just, so we don't get, you know, mixed understandings there. I think, you know, Daniel's not saying it's a religion, or that we're talking about religions, but he's I think in a fair way saying, hey, don't give the guy airtime. But if you don't give him airtime, then he continues, and then we end up with traders coming in here saying, oh, ICT, this, that, and the other. You know, we're trying to be authentic and real, right? And that's kind of the basis behind what we're talking about. So,
Mike, sorry to tell you, but your trade is about to hit stop loss on you.
No, it's not.
No, not yet. Wait for it. We had right now volume cluster right here on 3660, and the price is now bouncing back above it, higher. So I would say in the next hour.
It's sitting at 13 pips in profit. I could close it now, I guess. I think it's
right.
I think it's going to go. I think it's going to still go a bit lower first.
I think so.
Yeah.
I just had a message from Abe, saying that I'm cutting you off, Anastasiia, and he asked if I can even hear you. So I really apologize for that. I'm terrible with this sometimes. So yeah. So everyone listening. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I think you're wonderful, and it's not my. I don't mean to do so. I'm a really horrible person. Now I'm gonna. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna leave the live stream because I need to do some things. I'll be back later. Okay, Mike. Now let's make sure not to interrupt Anastasiia.
All right then.
Get back here.
There you go. I'll just be a voiceover instead. There you go. Oh dear.
So no, I mean, you can add ICT strategy. I use depends which one you mean. On my main system where I trade on the futures account, I actually have quite a lot of volume indicators. But let's go with the easy one. It's a trading view, and I use on trading view PVPs. Periodic volume profile for 3 different periods of time, so that's daily, weekly, and monthly. I use VRVP, and I use the drawing tool on TradingView, which is the fixed range volume profile. So if you want to use it on the TradingView, those are the 3 things that I'm applying. Yeah. Okay, let's. I love the comment. I love the comment section.
It's amazing when you start talking about ICT, and the thing is, the viewership hasn't gone down. The viewership's actually gone up. It keeps going higher. So you know, we're at almost 450 people, you know, watching at any given time. So maybe we just need to keep going. Maybe all we need to do is just go ICT. 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 Maybe that's the way to get more views. But in all seriousness, guys, make sure you like and subscribe. We have hit 75,000 followers. So we're doing a giveaway today. The link is in the description. It's also pinned to the chat. If you're watching on Twitter, head over to YouTube and join the stream on YouTube, and you'll see the link is there for you to connect to. Yeah. The giveaway will be taking place later on this afternoon. And Jonatan has said that if we hit 77,000 subscribers, then we'll do another giveaway next week, I think is what he said. Isn't that right? I think he said that. Didn't he say that if we hit 77,000, he was going to give away like $10,000 of his own money or something like that? Wasn't that right?
His own money.
Yeah, I think that's what he said. It was going to give like $10,000 of his own money to one lucky winner or something. I think that's what he said. I could be wrong.
Yeah, that's what
yeah, I think so as well. And he's still here in the chat. So
we got a question for you in the chat.
Question for me? GT, do you usually close position before news? Was in a sell yesterday on Euro USD. I watched LJ say he's closing his position, and I thought, nah, I'll be fine. And seconds later, got taken out. Yeah, it depends. It depends what kind of position you're in. If you've been in a position for several days, if you're swinging position, then as long as you're far away enough from your entry and from your stop loss, you should be all right. News won't necessarily impact you. But yeah, when you've got big news like NFP and stuff like that coming out, I don't like to have a position open. Sometimes you can get nice trades before news because the markets are positioning in preparation. But normally the kind of the last 5 or 10 minutes, everything just sits flat. And that's when you kind of just want to get out and just take whatever profits you can from it. So you don't end up regretting it later. My gold trade, I would just like to pull up my gold trade for a second, if you wouldn't mind, Anastasiia, because my gold trade did go to TP. My original TP was actually down here, but as I saw, I think it was Jonatan was talking as usual, I saw us pushing harder, so I actually moved it down to here. So the original trade idea was actually, was with a TP up here. So it's not the normal kind of trade that I would take, in all honesty. It was a 1.5 R, but I pulled my stop losses up to, or down to here. So in the end, it was a 0.7% risk, and it was a $50 win. So, and GU right now is also looking rather good. Just waiting for it to push further. GU was also a 0.7 risk, half a lot on a 5K account, and that's currently in $93 profit. So, so yeah. 40% of the stream traders IC. 40% of the. I'm confused. I guess he's meaning the poll. 40% of people are ICT traders. Does show how big these concepts are. It really does. So yeah. Ashish, there will be 5 accounts given away today. So yeah. And the execution engine says we are all wrong. Anastasiia, we're all wrong. We are
Totally are.
I don't know what we're wrong about, but we're wrong.
Everything, I guess.
Oh, okay. Well,
I just say this. I love this though. I love this comments.
ICT.
You got it.
I did. No, I read that, and I was like, "Where's the tea?"
Yes, and Venetia was followed up. I love it.
I see coffee. Oh dear. Oh man.
Thank you so much. We love you guys. We love you guys.
Thank you very much, Anastasiia.
And yes, I do. It's a Ukrainian trading community, and they essentially sell the smart money concepts, something like ICT is trying to do, but in a different packaging. Smart money or stupid money depends how you see it, because they twisted it essentially. But one of the many that you
selling, Anastasiia. GU selling. Just
I see.
Just pointing that out, you know.
Morning effects. We're here from Monday to Thursday. If you guys want us to go live every single day, you should let us know. And if you have the demand for it, we're definitely gonna go live every single day of the week. For now, it's Monday to Thursday, 4 days a week. You can find us here on the live stream on the same YouTube channel. So make sure that you click a like and subscribe button if you're watching us on the Twitter, and get here on YouTube. Click the subscribe button to make sure that you're not missing out on our streams. And the giveaways. If that's your thing, if you're really that bothered by them, then you know you can go for those as well. Nora says I need Fridays as well. Nora, don't say that, because if they start doing Fridays, then I've got to reschedule my ABL sessions, because my ABL sessions are in the middle of the day, and then they'll overlap with 5ers streams, and that I can't do it. No.
But yeah, it's so boring without you guys. Thank you, Nora. That is very, very kind of you.
Yeah. Well, I just like teasing Mike because I'm actually not trading today, so I like to put him through a little bit of emotional roller coaster while he's in the trade.
It's so rare that I get a trade that goes to TP that, you know, Anastasiia is like, no, don't get a big head from this. Don't get too cocky from this. You know, let's just bring you down a peg or two, you know. So yeah, but no, I mean, it's you know, we've still got levels further lower. I think this is a realistic take profit. I think with a wider stop loss, maybe you could see us coming down to here. But that's more of a risky one. So yeah, so we'll see. But yeah, oh, and it's making a bit of a move now. Let's see. Bringing it down.
Mike.
Universe. The universe has a crush on me.
Exactly.
The universe has a wow.
Universe, you, Mike.
Do you know, like that's like having, you know, like there's that Twitter handle, the like God on Twitter, you know, that's like having like, you know, the God Twitter handle saying I've got a crush on you. That's thanks, universe. And this is when I find out this is probably Jonatan's like troll account or something that he has. Oh dear. Oh man.
Yeah,
sorry.
go for it.
No, go on.
I'm saying that I'm not trading today because of NFP and because of the short-term trading day. So I don't the days like this. No, I just don't see the point. The day is out of my, like, you know, the systematic approach. So why would I do it? Why would I put myself through this, through their emotions? And
why wouldn't you? You love the adrenaline and the dopamine and everything.
But I have my life for it. Trust me, it's never boring. It's enough of it right there. I don't need to go through adrenaline in my trading.
So adrenaline and dopamine you're getting from what? From the Spanish bureaucracy?
The adrenaline for sure. Some cortisol and adrenaline kicks in the morning? Absolutely.
Oh dear. Oh man. Venetia says, Mike, now you can create a course and say that the universe say to you all the concepts. That's, you know what? That's not a bad idea. What could you call it? Universal concepts? UC? Curious. Got to think about that one. There's a domain name there. If those of you that are regulars will know, I'm a bit of a domain name hoarder. So I'm sure there's a domain name in there somewhere that I can pull out. I'm an ICT trader trading only gold. I also got on the sells this morning using pure ICT stuff. I would love to trade sometime with you, not for comparison, but to show you ICT stuff works. Desmond, if you want to come on the live stream, you are very, very welcome. You just got to have a semi-decent camera and microphone, so you don't end up with a lot of background noise and stuff like that. But yeah, there should be an email in the ticker just coming along the bottom of the screen right now. There you go. Want to be featured live? Send us an email to tradingroom@the5ers.com, and Jonatan will be more than happy to have a chat with you. Yeah. Morning FX is asking me to explain my zones. Not a problem. Happy to do so. So my zone is very, very simple. Primarily based on engulfing candles. So for example, on the monthly on GU, you can see you've got this big in monthly engulfing candle here. Okay, so theoretically I could also mark another one out here as well, and I have them grouped into different colors, so I just have different color codings for them. So I know that if it's a red one or a kind of a maroon color, then it's the highest time frame. Then the blue ones drill down into kind of the daily and things like that. So for example, on the daily, where would I have a zone marked out? Well, I would probably have one marked out all the way in there as a possible zone of interest as well on the daily time frame. Now, this isn't just on the dailies. I marked them out on other time frames. Oh, sorry, that was the weekly, actually. Forgive me. But what that does mean is it makes that area really interesting as a possible area for trading, because that wick has been retested, and again, we sold off quite heavily from it. Go down to the weekly, and I do the same thing, and I basically just do it across all time frames, drilling all the way down. And as you've seen, let's say, for example, on the hourly, I've got this zone here, price tapped into it, so that's why I've got that zone marked out. And then the lines that you see on the charts, those are major liquidity levels based on my definition of liquidity, which is the inside bars. So where a candle hasn't taken the high or the low of the previous one, the immediate one previous. You've got any candles where there's no wick whatsoever. So the candle opened and shot straight up or straight down, or it closed at the same as the high or the low. So again, and that's where a level hasn't been mitigated. And the last one is equal highs and equal lows. And those tend to be areas that price is just drawn to. So yeah, that's how it works. And Raj, Anastasiia is always paying attention, my friend. Don't worry, but you've got to bear in mind that we have multiple different systems and channels that we have to use and everything else. We're keeping an eye on the viewership. We're keeping an eye on the charts. So yeah, we're juggling as much as we can, whilst also trying to stay engaged with you guys.
I didn't miss any of your comments throughout today's stream.
There you go.
Especially the ones about ICT earlier.
I'm curious about this GU. You still think GU is done, Anastasiia?
Oh, no. It's below this volume cluster. It's rejecting it. I think you're good.
Oh, it's below it. Oh, sorry. Can you say that again? What? I didn't quite hear you.
I think you're right, Mike.
Hang on. I just need to email the video editor just to say, can you just go away and just clip this for Instagram and for YouTube Shorts?
Just for you personally.
Oh dear. Yeah, I'm not certain that it's actually going to hold, if I'm honest, because of the way that we're just kind of hanging.
No,
there is room, but yeah, we've got 40 minutes left on this 7-hour candle, and I want to see it push harder to convince me that sells are really in. So we'll see. From so many gurus on the internet, it's not possible to understand at all whether they are really profitable. If you're profitable, it doesn't make sense to sell courses and mentorship. Radoslav is quite right. Doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So, and William saying, as far as I know, the video is going to be on YouTube, Mike. Yes, but I want it clipped because we're live for like however many hours. So I want it clipped as, you know, as a kind of evidence for the future, for the next time that I get trolled by Anastasiia live on stream, that I can go back and say, but remember when you did this?
When you said it, you're right.
Yeah, talking about things that you've said in the past, Anastasiia, do you know what you said to me last week and the week before?
No, I don't remember. Please, no.
You don't remember?
No.
You don't remember? No?
No, absolutely.
Should we bring it up? Because it's coming up to 12:30, and you know what that means.
You're killing me. I don't have time to sleep.
I'm just holding you to your promises that you keep making and keep breaking. You know, it's just that's all I'm doing. It's all I'm doing. So you know, this is how busy she is.
Merciful.
Say again.
Just be merciful, please. Just be nice.
I'm merciful every week. Every time you break your promise, I'm merciful every week. You know. So what I can say, guys, those of you that don't know what we're talking about, it's because in just over 10 minutes, we have got the AlphaBeta Lab weekly podcast. And every week, Anastasiia keeps saying that she's going to join us for the AlphaBeta Lab weekly podcast. And every week, she's too busy. Now, I'm not saying she's not too busy because she is. She is really busy. I know she's really busy. She's got loads of various different projects, and she's working on a massive project at the moment. So, in fairness to her, you know, I'm just grilling her a little bit here, but yeah, I mean, you know, you keep saying every week you're going to join us, and every week we just let down. You know, it's sad. But what can we do if we can't convince you to stick around for the podcast? What can we do? I don't like that reaction on GU right now. I've got to be honest. I don't like that reaction as we come to the close of the 30-minute So I am tempted. I'm tempted to possibly move to break even on this trade. I'm not going to lie.
I'm not stressed, but Mike makes me stressed. He makes my blood boil, and like puts my blood pressure up every time, every single week on the Thursday streams. Imagine I can stick through the trading for 9 years, but this guy.
There's somehow that I'm a trigger. I'm a trigger of past trauma of some kind for Anastasiia.
It is a compliment.
Oh dear. Yeah, I don't know. This GU now, I'm not so sure. That gold trade was I'm quite happy with that one, but this one is, I don't know. We're getting closer and closer to the news, and I'm kind of thinking, don't know. I'm not sure if this is one to hold on to. Stemi is saying to clear out Mike on gold, you mostly get a hammer candlestick on the lows. Bullish engulfing should appear only once a week, I guess. For long entries on the highs, they built up time on a shooting star. I've never looked into or understood the hammer candlesticks or the shooting stars or any of those things. Mine is relatively more simple than that. Just engulfing candles and those liquidity levels that I mentioned earlier. So yeah. I only know about ICT is that he explains liquidity in every video. Is it worth in trading? The market is full of liquidity. That's what moves the market, is liquidity, right? So it's just what you define it as and how you look for it. So yeah. But today, guys, remember we have got NFP Thursday today. So don't get caught out. We've got news coming out in just over 2 hours. So we have got NFP coming, the employment rate, all coming very, very soon. So please don't get caught out on that. Otherwise, it is just going to be a very big disappointment. Here he is without his hats. Where's your hats?
Where are the hats?
Where are the hats?
Gosh. All right, guys.
Jesus God,
Hello.
You can't.
How are you doing?
LJ Tuesday.
This is one.
You know the drill.
It's Thursday. You need the hats.
That's it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Exactly. There you go. I think this is the original one that started the whole hat.
This is the
saga,
original.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
the kind of. Oh, now I've gone brain dead. What's his name? Oh, I'm gonna hate myself if I can't think of this. No, I'm gonna have to figure it out. Sorry, give me 2 minutes.
Okay, go away and come back. Let's see if he can figure it out. Yeah, you see, look, everyone's asking, where's the hats? Where's the hats?
Jamiroquai. That's what I was thinking.
Jamiroquai.
Yeah, it's very, Jamiroquai hat, like the fair multi. Yeah.
Exactly. Dom, interesting.
Yeah, go.
Sorry. No, go for it.
I use order flow, Rick, so I trade order flow normally. The footprint charts, didn't ask delta colored. So that's what I did. In the volume distribution. So the cluster statistics and kind of stuff like this. But I don't use the order book, for example. I don't trade based on depth of market. That's not what I use for my trading.
Shaban, the safest strategy is don't trade. That is literally the safest strategy. Is do not trade NFP.
Trade the aftermath.
There is no point to trade NFP right now because a couple of years ago you would trade NFP. I already told we had an NFP trading session that I was hosting. It was really fun. But at least you could trade in one direction. You could analyze the previous data that was coming out for inflation, and you could with very high probability see which direction is going to go. And the price was actually surging in one direction, so up or down. Right now, the price is NFP. So you go back a year, 2 years ago, it just does this. And then it's somewhere in break even. So whatever you do, the chance you're going to be profitable after the NFP during trading it is very low. So I
should
would
have checked into Beyond the Ticker, Anastasiia.
Sorry?
Should have checked into Beyond the Ticker, me and Dirk.
Yeah?
Love this stuff. You'd still be on it with that. Yeah.
The fortnightly The
Yeah,
the
what are you doing?
fortnightly live podcast that we have on ABL every
Been
Wednesday.
crushing it every month with the NFP.
But
great.
in fairness, Anastasiia, she's got live streams over here on Wednesdays. That's why she can't join us on Beyond the Ticker. So
Yeah, I'm just teasing. I heard you were grilling Mike earlier, so I got to give I got to back up Mike, give some more firepower. So there we go.
Thanks, LJ. Appreciate it, man.
Also, did I hear you're not staying around for the pod later?
Oh, you're killing me. Come on. We need to bring it up today.
Are you serious?
And you guys are
I know.
Can we just remove? I mean, I mean, come on.
I do. Before we get into the podcast,
you said you would.
She's coming soon. She
did. I know,
guys. Do you know what though? This is a bit like kind of like she keeps saying she will and then she doesn't, and then eventually we're all going to be shocked when she does. So she's just building up the suspense. She's building up the suspense. That's all it is.
This is a lot of suspense.
Before the podcast though, Don is saying that news might be negative today, and this links into what you were saying, LJ. In fact,
yeah,
that you are leaning towards news being negative as well, right?
I am still slightly leaning. So the trouble is obviously, especially with yesterday's print. So it was the first negative ADP print in 2 years. Obviously, everyone racks off ADP as because both numbers, honestly, they're frankly a bit of a random number generator. There's so much variance right in them, and obviously the ADP doesn't always fully flow through to NFP. In the past, it has had a stronger correlation, but recently, it's especially since COVID, it's further disconnected. That said, it's still a good sort of slight leading indicator. And beyond that, we've seen all the other jobs data also increasing. So unemployment claims have sustained, they're gradually trending higher, right? Which means that people who have lost their jobs are not finding new jobs quicker. And that's despite the apparent other numbers that people are seeing as job openings, which have continued to rise. But there's a distortion with job openings these days of companies just posting listings, but not necessarily trying to fill it. They're just trying to aggregate resumes, potential hires, but not necessarily having intent to fill said roles. A lot of these roles don't even exist. That's been a major thing. I know, for instance, here in Australia, with the job market of so many ghost jobs being posted, and there's a disconnect there in the data. So as far as the US side, we're definitely seeing a slight decline in overall jobs being taken up. We've had extremely resilient job market for a very long time, and it's honestly been extremely surprising. It's caught everyone sort of off. No one would have expected this. It's very much a bit of an anomaly. A portion of that is obviously you have older demographics, people leaving the workforce, had a great stock market, that kind of stuff. People feel like they can retire. So some of those jobs do get turned over and filled. But at this point in the business cycle, we're seeing a lot of stress components start to pick up. So it's not surprising that we do see that lower number. The obvious portion of it is though that other people can look at this data. And so the market always moves on the expectation of the headline number, not necessarily the exact number itself.
Yeah, but let's say the number comes out lower, right? Would you expect the price of the stock market to drop there or to go up? Because they're declining and slowing down labor market means that they eventually can bring the rates down, which is actually the opposite, the positive news for the stock market. So would you expect the market to be moved on the real data or on the expectations toward the rates that everyone is looking for? Because those are two opposite directions. You take the direct data and you take the expectations about the rates.
Yeah, so somewhat similar to the last parallel number, you get the immediate knee jerk and then the follow through of what that means down the track, right? And so as far as if we're talking about stocks, about indices, say today, I think if we did get that negative print, definitely immediately lower. Depending how negative, you got to then drill down into the individual components that make up the number, and then it will be determined whether stocks just rebound because that means further movement towards Fed easing, and a loosening of monetary policy. However, if the individual components, for whatever reason, are distinctly poor in a unexpected way, then you're likely to see lower prices on the indices and probably hang around there, very small retrace, and then probably just consolidate around that lower area. I'm not expecting any of those kind of adverse shocks that would say something is distinctly wrong or broken. So even if we did get that slightly low number, I would expect a bit of a pullback, and that probably used as an entry point for indices to recover.
Okay.
Whether we push highs from beyond where we are today is another question, because we are, in some relative sense, a bit extended. There is a bit of somewhat of greed factor, a bit of optimism, a bit of forward hope being built into the price, which still has to be fleshed out as reality. So that's why I would say, as far as today, then going into obviously the holiday this week, a lot of people will be, as soon as payroll's done, they'll be out of the office and they're off to Europe or whatever for the next 2 weeks, and etc., taking a bit of holiday, that kind of stuff. So I wouldn't expect a great push into new highs, but I wouldn't discount it either. So if we do get that negative print, a dip on indices, then a recovery, and probably just pile into the recovery. You just got to watch the price action after. So
Interesting. Thank you.
There we go. My GU trade has just been taken out on a break, or not a break even, on a trailing stop at $50.
Mike,
what were you doing on one?
What did we say earlier about that?
Sorry. Okay. Did it or did it not come down pretty far? And did you or did you not say earlier?
Your stop loss hit?
Were you longing down?
No, it's trailing stop. Trailing stop.
I didn't say which stop. I said stop. I said you're gonna get stopped out of your GU trade because it's gonna be reversing.
Oh, do you know what? I think it's time for the podcast, guys. Let's just carry on with that.
Did you
yes, all right.
Well, I love when he's making money, but I also like to be right.
Hey! Don't do that to Anastasiia. Hey! That's not done, Mike.
Oh, don't you start as well? For God's
get
sake,
out of here,
honestly.
Victor.
Yeah, just
goodness me. Remove that, man.
Oh my goodness! You're coming into the ABL section. Don't be coming into that.
No, Victor. No. You disqualified yourself. You're out.
Oh dear. We are going to be going. Victor is joining us for the podcast session. We were hoping to have Rich with us as well, but Rich is he's a little bit tied up, so he's going to try and join us a little bit later. But for now, it is time for us to bid farewell to Anastasiia, because she is a busy lady. She has many things to do. She can't join us for this, but she has promised that she will do one day in the future. We just don't know when that day is going to come. So thank you, Anastasiia, for your company.
Mike,
as always.
what are you thanking for? No. She's not joining the pod. There's no thanks deserved here. All right. That's a broken promise.
It was so sarcastic. Thank you was like full of like. Thank you.
If I have to thank you, all right, fine, okay.
I suppose.
Yeah, thanks. Anastasiia, sincere thank you for your company as always this morning. And guys, we will be right back after this for the ABL Weekly Podcast. I do feel like that's a really great way to start a podcast with that intro, don't you think?
It is. It's good. Yeah. Bit of beats, but
great. It is like that's
it gets you going.
It does. It does indeed. It does indeed. Victor, how are you, sir? Victor, I saw you were kind of watching in the background the live stream, and I hear you've got an announcement to make. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. I was watching the stream as I usually do, and I said, "What a serendipity!" Just now, I was thinking and planning that I'm going to be releasing right today. Going to be releasing my brand new course. It is called VMT, not ICT, but VMT. I join you all to buy my course. That was the announcement.
VMT
Nice.
is the Victor's masked trading. That's what it's.
I'm not trying to hop on the ICT bandwagon, and I'm not trying to say ICT as much as possible. I'm saying VMT as the course.
VMT.
we gotta blow that up as like the new king.
That is just so everyone knows.
Created the algorithms for the market and controls the market, and he is the matrix itself.
We've got to be clear though that it's going to be full of one thing and one thing only.
In its natural habitat. We have a quasi in its natural habitat. We have.
Wait, we have a sound for this now? That was amazing. We play that again, please.
We've had a sound for a while about the quasi. So you go.
How have I not heard this before?
We just don't use it very often. Because how do you use a quasi sound effect when literally Victor uses the word in every other sentence? I mean, it's like
quasi. It's like a Pokemon. So, when Pokemon just say their own name, like Pikachu. He's like quasi.
Exactly. Oh dear.
There you go, Victor. Next time you're on solo for the whole period, you just say quasi repeatedly. That's all of it.
That's it. That's all of it. That's the course. And in the meantime, I will come up with all kinds of cool sounding names for quasi cycle period and things similar sounding. And saying and starting conspiracy theories of I need to come up with a very dramatic story. Maybe not kidnapped, but maybe UFO took me away, right? Take me away, and they brought me back.
It was
something dramatic.
I know what it was, Victor. I know what it was.
What was it?
It was the COVID scientists. They came and took you, and they sewed the mask to your face so that it actually can't be removed.
You got to release
within the mask is the algorithm. It's like it's like the Neuralink from Elon Musk, that he's got the market loaded into the mask, and that is the only way that you can trade, guys. Without it, just all the powers are gone.
We need an album like straight out of Wuhan instead of straight out of Wuhan. There you go. That's the one.
I'm actually, as you guys are speaking, I'm downloading Matrix style the entries and the stop losses right here. I'm downloading it.
There you go. Nice. You see, there you go.
I'll have to make a track for you, Victor.
A track?
Wow.
You come up with a track?
Victor, is this true, Victor? Is this true, Victor? that if we hit 1 million subscribers, that the mask is coming off? Is this the target for everyone?
It is. That is the target that I have been calling out to be reached, so that I can take away the mask.
Wow.
The upper
Honestly,
mask.
guys, he's the poor guy is like, he's sweating under this thing. Seriously, just get us to 1 million so the poor guy can just take this damn mask off. It's been 5 years since COVID. Come on,
I haven't taken it off in all that time. Huh? I haven't taken it off.
COVID.
Oh dear. And Adwait, you gotta wait, Adwait. If you want to if you want more trading, you gotta wait. you know.
That's too good.
So yeah, but less typing, more trading, you know. So yeah, no, I've already taken 2 trades, and both of them, you know, this one. So just so everyone knows, because this isn't the point of the podcast, the GU trade was from up here. And I actually closed it here on a trading loss, something like that. And then the other one was gold, and that was the gold trade. So gold one was very, very nice. Gold one,
Yeah, so
the original.
yeah, so you got that through, Mike. I was going to ask about that before. Yeah.
Yeah, so the original gold was up here was the stop. Actually, up all the way up here, in fact, was the stop loss for the gold. So in the end, it was like a 1.46. So yeah, but no, happy with that. Very nice trade in the end.
Yeah, I was going to say, because honestly, I think your strategy stuff and style is good, great, perfect. With that extra stop loss, bang, you're done. You're in. You're good.
Yeah.
I think that's honestly just the only piece.
I need to what I need to do is I need to work on my risk allocation for that, because usually I'm risking a lot less because I've got tighter stop losses. But these ones I need to just readjust kind of how I'm going to position risk on these. So these 2 trades I risk 0.7, whereas normally I'd be going for like 0.2, 0.2 and 2.5, something like that. So
are you gathering the data to do the optimization of your risk allocation and your stop loss placement?
Not on this one, because this was literally the first time today, and right now I'm not really taking my trading very seriously, if I'm really honest with you, just purely because of time constraints.
Other projects and stuff going on.
I've just got so much, you know. You guys know, trying to live trade when you're streaming is so difficult, because I mean you've got 1,200 people watching right now, and everyone's pumping in the chat, and you've got, you know, if you don't comment on what's in the chat, then people get, you know, upset with you. If you don't open the charts that they want you to open up, and it becomes really difficult. So but going to our topic for today, I know Rich will join us in a little while, but for our weekly podcast, those of you who don't know, we do a weekly podcast, part of the AlphaBeta Lab. So LJ and myself, we're part of the lab, and we get our regular segments here with the 5ers, for which we're very grateful. But every Thursday we kind of do a 1 hour segment where we go away from the charts to a certain extent and start talking about other elements around trading. And I thought, given today is NFP Thursday instead of NFP Friday, I kind of wanted to just touch upon the mentality needed that Anastasiia was at. That it was a shame she couldn't stick around, but the mentality needed to stay away from the markets on a day like today. Somebody asked it earlier, what's the safest way to trade on NFP? And ultimately the safest way is don't trade, right? But how do you do that when the dopamine hit is really, really addictive? Let's be honest. When you see the markets moving as they do with things like NFP and that sort of stuff, how do you, I mean, maybe you don't, but how do you try and restrain yourself from, undoubtedly, as we know from the statistics, blowing your account and getting stopped out and, you know, slippage and all that sort of horrible stuff that everyone gets hit with, and makes it really hard to kind of manage your emotions with.
Do you want to go first, Victor, or?
Sure. I have a clear idea how to do this, because I've been through this, so I speak from personal experience in this case. To me, what happened was that I think, as most, if not every trader, these moments, these heightened volatility moments, they get me excited, and I get a rush, I get a hit, as you said, dopamine hit or not, but I get a hit, I get get excited, but it doesn't serve my P&L at all. And what I learned through just trial and error or failing was that I need to rewire my mind why I'm coming to the charts. Why am I trading, and what makes me profitable? It's not the excitement. It's following my backtested, validated trade plan. And so if my trade plan tells me to be in the market at NFP, then I should do that. And if it doesn't, but more importantly, if it tells me not to be in the market, then I shouldn't care about NFP, because that's the only thing. Rewiring my mind, at least that's what worked, disconnecting myself from excitement and what is the purpose of me being a trader, and where is my edge? What is the definition of my edge? Is it looking for excitement? Because it isn't. It's following my plan. That is my edge. When I can define that well, then I've made the disconnection completely complete between the excitement and actually what I'm supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
How do you keep that discipline? How do you maintain that? Because I think what you've said is absolutely valid, and you know, it's the most logical approach to take, right? But how do you then maintain that approach? What do you do to make sure you don't step away from that plan, that you don't step away from the data and the evidence?
I think it is kind of universal, but it is for sure for me that this is the only thing that helps me. It is by being mindful, right? Aware. And that is not something you just say and you decide one day and then forever you will be. It's something you have to practice regularly, meaning it may be different for everyone, but in my case, it is making sure that I have a journal, I have a feedback loop to making sure that I'm not deviating. That journal takes into account what my thoughts are, what my emotions are. Did I get excited? For example, if I see that NFP or any given high impact news is something that is attractive to me in terms of excitement, then I need to write about it, because that's the next thing that I need. That's the next challenge that I need to pass. And so I need to be aware of it in my journals, but as well during my trading day, meaning having little pauses. Maybe you need a timer. I don't need a timer anymore, but I used to have a timer where every so many minutes, 30 minutes, it will go off very lightly. And I know that I need to pause and recheck myself, reassess myself, look at my dashboard, my mental dashboard, and see, okay, am I excited about NFP or not? And I didn't have an issue with NFP necessarily, but certain high volatility moments. When, for example, I used to have this as well. This is a little bit different, but with losing streaks. It's very similar in my case. When I get losing streaks, I automatically, as humans, at the beginning, I had this very strongly that I think, okay, my winner is just around the corner. And I start deviating from my plan. It's not the same thing as high volatility market, but it's something that gets you excited, and you start deviating from the plan. And I needed to recheck myself every so often with a timer, stop myself from doing whatever I was doing and think, okay, am I too excited about this thing? Am I too excited about the news coming out? Because it's very exciting. I mean, there's a countdown. And you know that there's going to be a big move. Automatically, we're going to think big profits. We don't think big losses, but it's the same thing. We only think big profits, and that gets us excited. We're all humans. We all get that. So awareness is the key to me. I no longer need a timer, but I still need at least once a day. At the end of the day, recap my day. Was I excited? Did the losing streak, because I have these, because my win rate is low and my risk reward ratio very high, did the losing streak trigger me into getting excited? Even if I didn't act upon it, just the fact that I did get excited, that's something I need to be aware of, and next time going forward, make sure that I don't get excited. Like that, I need to do extra countermeasures if I see again that I get excited. Maybe one thing is moving away from my screen. I don't have to do that anymore, but I used to need to actually pull myself away, because I know I'm gonna do myself harm if I stay.
Yeah. Victor, I apologize profusely for kind of trying to cut in there, but I think Jonatan wants some attention, and I think it's probably because he's going to complain that the ABL podcast is reducing the viewers, and so he wants to pump it up because he wants to do a giveaway. So he's decided to share his screen with everybody, but he's also come off camera, so I'm not quite sure what he's planning to do exactly. Oh, here he is. There you go.
Hey guys, no, I do enjoy these sessions, and the views are great. So it's not about that. It's not about that at all. I just wanted to give away an account. That's all I want to do.
Can I just interrupt you then? So basically, what we were talking about was how do you stop yourself from getting tied into and drawn into kind of getting the dopamine fix. Jonatan has literally come into the middle of the podcast and said, "I want a dopamine fix of giving away an account." It's basically what you're saying.
Yeah.
Now, I think that one of the best solutions to really stop yourself, when you're getting that, because it's sort of like you're getting an impulsive idea or a feeling of you want to do something impulsively. You want to get that adrenaline rush, that dopamine kick. And what I do is I go with the flow. Go with the flow. I do not stop it. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to give away an account right now. So one account for one lucky winner that is part of the giveaway. So let's go. Draw the winners.
Add weight. Can you just change your name to say and wait instead of add weight? Because it's going to be add weight.
All right. The first winner of the first account, we got 4 more coming up, is Corey H. That's it. Congratulations. If you have used a real email, they're going to get an email with a coupon code where you can get a high stakes evaluation account with us here at the 5ers. All right. I will be back.
Wait, how many are we doing, Jonatan?
How many do you want to do?
Oh,
well, like
okay.
I can add hats for every winner.
Okay, we're gonna do 5. We're gonna do 5. So yeah,
5?
Let's add one hat for every
add
account.
Another hat. All right, I have to find some hats.
Nice. All right, guys. I'll be back later for another one. Take care.
Take care, Jonatan. Thank you for that giveaway. I'm sure the audience is excited for those 4 other ones coming our way. Stay tuned if you want to see, or actually see who won. I don't want to see you win because we don't know who's going to win, of course.
Exactly. But yeah, so there's 4 more accounts to give away, guys. So the link is still active. It's pinned to the chat. So all you got to do is click the link and follow the screen instructions, and you can then get yourself in with the draw. There is 4 more to give away, and if I'm not mistaken, as I said earlier, Jonatan said he was going to give away $10,000 of his own money if we hit 77,000 subscribers by the end of the day.
Wasn't it 20? I think it
was. It 20,000 of his own money?
I think I heard 20. Yes.
Or maybe it was 27.
No, Victor, it's 10. It's 5K to me and Mike. All right.
What
are you doing?
Yeah.
Why are you saying this?
Wait, what are you saying about how much were I supposed to give away?
You're sending 5K to me, 5K to Mike, and then 10K to the chat.
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Of your own money though, right?
My own money.
Yeah. That's what you said, wasn't it?
USD as well.
Yeah.
Just to confirm,
Well, I gotta think about that. Think about that one.
And a Lego Star Wars.
I draw the line at Lego. Included. There's not going to be any Lego. I'm not going to give away any Lego. Like that's I draw the line at Lego.
I love how Jonatan refuses. He's happy to consider giving away $20,000, but Lego is like that's a red line. That's a red line.
Logo. That would be like the Lego Millennium Falcon. I'm not going to give that away.
Yeah.
And my son's running around, waving his hand. He doesn't understand English, but he does understand Lego and Millennium Falcon. So that's a no-go. That's a no-go.
No.
Can he understand Swedish?
Yeah, he's Swedish. He speaks Swedish. You're correct.
Yeah, but can he... do you not teach him English at all at home? Because obviously, I mean, you're speaking it all the time.
Du kan räkna på engelska va? Vill du räkna 1, 2, 3 micken?
Yeah, look, I don't speak Swedish.
We don't speak Swedish, Jonatan. We don't know what you're saying.
So he knows he can count in English, and he knows like simple words in English, and he knows buy Bitcoin.
Fair enough. Valid. Honestly, valid. That's all he needs, dude.
Yeah.
By the time he's like 25, he'll be good. He's got 20 years of compound interest. There you go.
Yeah, Nora, you should definitely understand Swedish. I know that you Finns, that's like almost your second language. In Sweden, though, we don't know a word Finnish, but that's maybe because once upon a time Sweden conquered Finland. You're saying back in the good old days.
Swedish and Dutch, but I don't speak it. So
okay, never mind. I'm out.
All right, but so we're not giving away 20 grand, but we are going to do a giveaway next week if we hit 77,000. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So there you go, guys. So in all seriousness, there isn't going to be a 20 grand giveaway, but there will be a giveaway next week if by the end of the stream today we can hit 77,000 subscribers. Right now,
we'll have a giveaway to Victor's program.
To the
that's what we'll have. Yeah.
To the MVT.
The
VMT. Sorry.
VMT. Yeah.
Do you know what? We're not that far away actually from 77,000. We're already at 76,881, which means we are only 119 subscribers away from 77,000.
Yeah.
So, guys, it's not hard. It's not hard. All you got to do is like and subscribe. Simple as that.
Other thing, we should have Victor, every X number of subscribers, he has to change the mask in some form. So it's another color, or like you change it to like, those like Japanese, like scary ninja type, like ninjutsu, whatever, I don't know, Harabuku, whatever they're called, that look cool. Like, yeah, you got to change 100K, you got to wear that one.
I'm going to look into that.
We got a Batman mask, something else, Iron Man. Right.
Make it pink. Do you see what happens? Do you see what happens in the chaos?
Chat should vote. Like if you get X subscribers in this time frame, chat gets a vote on the mask and color, picture, whatever. There you go.
All right. I can.
It could be a bit of fun.
Yeah, sure. We can build a game around that. Sure.
Yeah.
I've got to say, guys, I actually kind of like gold for buys at the moment. I'm just going to say, we're in this nice little pocket where if we look on the 5 minute, just tapping into it at the moment. Wait and see, but might be if this 1 minute little wick here holds, might be a nice opportunity to buy.
Yeah, gold's weird at the moment, to be honest. We do seem to have a slight tilt upward. I wouldn't be surprised if we hit 3,400 at some point.
Yeah.
That said, I'm not taking that trade personally. I don't like the overall structure, that kind of thing.
I'm still waiting for price to hit 3,369. So I do think that the direction eventually is up for the coming
69.
Perhaps hours or so. Yeah. But I don't have any structure to define my risk, in a way I like. So I wouldn't be entering here, not because it's not good, just because it's not tight to me. I want to have as tight as possible the stop. And here, I don't see where, according to order blocks and quasis, where I should be. Then how could I have a tight stop? So I'll pass on gold, but I do think long is probably the better trade.
Yeah.
I agree.
I like this level here for targets potentially. We'll see. It might not hold. looks like it's going to go lower. Yep, it's going lower. But this pocket looks like a nice area because it hasn't been respected on the 5 minute, but it was an engulfing candle to the upside, which is why I'm expecting a reaction.
Okay, I got something to tell you guys.
Oh God, here we go.
Buy Bitcoin.
That's all the vocabulary you need for the coming years.
There you go.
Right.
That's all you need.
Secured. On that note, let's do another giveaway as well.
That was probably the last thing I expected in that voice, right?
In fairness, I didn't know what he was doing with that microphone. I was like, okay, what's going on here? So Jonatan doesn't normally show up with this kind of microphone, and then all of a sudden he's showed up with this random giant microphone. So
yeah, no, this is the microphone I'm using with my lap. Is the sound good? Is it?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so another giveaway. Let's go. Second account, second hat. Let's do it.
Dude, I kind of look like a witch with this hat on.
Yeah,
do a little bit.
You do.
Witch mode.
Yeah, if you look up, yeah, it's pretty cool though.
Does anyone
Yeah, except
anyone
I'm meant
else?
to be a wizard.
You're the market wizard. The market
Yeah,
wizard.
I'm a market wizard. Yes, Victor. Thank you. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Is it just me? Does anybody else feel as though the quality of the podcast segment has somewhat diminished when Rich isn't around?
It's right.
It feels as though
when
when Rich is around,
right,
he keeps us in line, and then we've just kind of gone off on a tangent and just
Jonathan's
gone wild.
fault. That's
I know it is.
He's coming in here with draws, with buy Bitcoin. You know, that's hey.
It's just
blame it on the man, right? He's never here for the podcast. Rich is missing, but the new entrant is Jonatan.
Yeah,
so I'd say it's his fault.
Okay, there you go, Jonathan. It's your fault.
I'm just saying.
What's my fault? Have I done anything? I didn't get that.
Yes.
You took the train off the railroad, basically.
Well, that's not my problem. Let's do the giveaway here. Let's go. And draw a winner. Let's go. Boom.
Who's our second winner of the day? It's Naveen.
This is a name that I recognized. I'm pretty sure that this guy has won accounts in the past. So congratulations. You better pass these accounts now, man, because otherwise, we can't just give you accounts and then you're not passing those. So what we want you to do now is like pass the account.
Wait. That's what we want. Is that what we want?
Yes, that's what we want to do, Michael.
Thanks, Jonatan. Oh dear.
You're incredibly rude. You know that, right? Incredibly rude. That is not okay.
I love you too, dude. I love you too.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the second account. We got 3 more accounts to give away, and I'll be jumping up. I'm gonna get my lunch, and then I'll be jumping on a little bit later to do rest of the giveaways. Okay. Good luck with getting that trail back on the tracks. Train.
Thanks.
Train.
We'll do. We'll do some.
As he freezes like that.
That's right. We'll have to employ some more people to get them, on the rails again. Jobs numbers go up. NFP. There you go.
That's right. We got NFP coming up in 1 hour and
25 minutes.
We do indeed.
Okay.
We do indeed. Congratulations, Naveen. As I said earlier, guys, the giveaway link is in the description, so check it out there. And there's still 3 more high stakes accounts to give away. So yeah, make sure you get in on that. We don't know when Jonathan's suddenly going to pop up and do these giveaways, so make sure you get in. Don't hang around. Click the link. It is in the description and it's pinned to the chat. So yeah, get in on that whilst you can. LJ, want to go back to the original question?
I was about to say, going back to your question.
Before we continue with the original question, I like to say thank you, Gary, for your opinion. I appreciate your feedback. Thank you. Go ahead.
That's a bit of an L, Gary.
Yes, there's a little bit of an L.
Quality.
We have got a team of traders here that trade in each and every way, and we all bring our own unique elements to the chat. We've got a team of people that come in, and we know that we've got regular followers who come in specifically for Victor's segments as well. So appreciate the feedback, but that's why we have so many traders here and so many hosts.
And if you guys haven't realized why he wears a mask, because that's just become the motif. As you can see, it says Victor the Mask Trader. That's the motif, right? So the same way I'm wearing the hats right now, it's just part of the thing. It's just stuck. It's a bit of a ha-ha, and there you go. So
yeah, I want to say, right? Yeah, that's exactly right. It's about the.
Is it persona?
Actually, it's part of the persona. That's one thing. The other thing is that, as a trader, as a viewer, what you really want to put emphasis is not on the visuals, not on the entertaining. It's about the substance. That's what you would want to put emphasis on. And the other thing is, the comment, Gary. Thank you for your comment. Nothing against. Personally, don't take it personally, but the reactions that I do get from the mask makes me wonder if there is if COVID period left many people sort of a little bit traumatized about masks, right? Because whenever they see a mask, it's like they are allergic to masks because it was imposed upon them, and it's not they get a right away a very negative reaction to mask, but it's just a mask.
Yeah.
You know what? Exactly, the thing is about the oh, here we go. Oh no, what now?
We got another
one. Have you seen the people driving cars by themselves wearing masks? Okay, that's a bit weird. Now that is a bit weird. This is something else though. But like on the subject of COVID and masks, yeah, definitely. There's I'm also quite traumatized by that.
Did you have a Lego mask?
It's a real thing. I think it's a real thing. I mean, it has made such a big impression on people in a negative way. The fact that they didn't have a choice. If you wanted to participate in society, you were, obligated to do something. And people as we are free spirited. We don't want to be obligated or, imposed anything. And that's what I think what happened with masks. But really, mask has been, in the operating rooms has been a thing forever. And it didn't, it was there something that inspire and give confidence. But that was the association. But now it's not.
In the trading space, in the trading, on the trading floors.
There is literally, right, there is a very simple explanation for everyone who wonders, why does Victor wear the mask? We were talking about it earlier about ICT, right? And Victor came in and he publicly announced that he is launching the VMT, right? The VMT, if you think about it, if Victor is genuinely the true market maker, not anybody else, but Victor is the one who actually understands the algorithm of the whole thing, do you really think he would come on YouTube without a mask? The poor guy doesn't want to get recognized, right? He's not got the ego of ICT guy, right? He wants to live a protected life, so it's no wonder that he doesn't want to be recognized out in the street. He's got to protect his identity.
Not only that, I've seen what happens to ICT. He gets kidnapped. I don't want that.
Exactly. So we protect Victor at all costs. We protect him at all costs.
He'll get assassinated by the CIA.
Exactly.
If he, reveals his identity. It's like
the rest of us,
Nakamoto, right? Like
the rest of us don't even know if Victor is his real name. We don't even know. So for all we know, his name could be Bob, and we just don't know.
Bob the Builder.
That's all it could be.
Can we fix this order block? Yes, we can.
I do I really, really want to come back to the topic of
Yes,
the
let's
original
do that.
discussion of the
Let's
podcast, though,
do
and I want to
that.
get LJ's view on this. But before
Yes,
we do
go.
that, I just want to point out we have hit 76,900. So we are 100 subscribers away from doing another giveaway next week. So make sure you join for that. We are doing a giveaway today. We've got 3 more accounts to give away today. So hit the link that's pinned in the chat, or it's in the description as well. If you're over on Twitter, make sure you head over to the YouTube channel. All the details are in there, so you can join in this. 3 more accounts to give away for the rest of the stream. We've got NFP coming up as well. But LJ, tell me, what do you think is the way to handle this kind of this almost urge that people are going to have to trade the big, the big news moves?
Yeah. So what I would say personally, I think as a person, which there's a question of whether this is something inherent as you as an individual or something you've developed over time. I typically don't have those reactions to impulsively move on this stuff. But I think that comes from, I've always kind of operated from the standpoint of, rather than that drive to just engage in something or be active or whatever, instead looking from like a risk standpoint. So instead of what could you gain, this kind of activity, this fun thing or whatever, what could you lose? Right. So obviously engaging in something like NFP, like the risk element is you start from that standpoint. Right. So what's here to lose if it goes wrong? And you start from there and then build up. So obviously if you then immediately always keep that as the base, and this goes beyond just trading, it goes to other life things, that kind of stuff, where if you're always thinking backwards from that standpoint first and then build up from there, you're going to be in a better position, because that gives you a bit of, you can find where the walls are, where the ceiling, where the floor is, that kind of stuff, and space out the room and go, okay, these are the risk standpoints. And then from there, how willing am I to engage in that? Because you never want to be playing a game in any capacity where you want to chance risk but not ruin.
Yeah.
Right. So you don't want to be playing Russian roulette for $1 million, which you got 6 in the chamber, you got 5 chances to win. But I wouldn't recommend that as a game to play, right? Because in the one that bang, you're out. You don't want to be playing a Squid Game. You got to treat this stuff as a business and a long, enduring endeavor. So the thing is, with things like NFP, if you risk that component today, you won't be able to endure for the next 12 NFPs for the whole year, the next 12 after that. And so you got to be thinking about, what are the next 64 NFP dates? I think when you then try and extrapolate to that longer volume, you go, okay, what does today mean? It's a flash in the pan. It's not significant to the total at all. And so if you always protect that downside and that risk exposure, right, then you'll be good. You do have to take some risk in the market, obviously. Risk equals reward. That's the same thing with any business, anything in life, whether you want to, family, friends, partners, literally anything. However, there's a difference between jumping off like a table, or you're at the gym and you're doing box jumps and then jumping back off that. That's going to strengthen your limbs around your knees, the cartilage, all that kind of stuff. Muscular, structure. That's going to be beneficial. Jumping from the 5th floor of a building is not the same. Then you're out of the game, right? You've just broken your legs. You're completely done. So that's what you want to avoid. And there's a sweet spot between where it's beneficial and will actually improve your athletic capability in that analogy, and a certain point at which you will ruin yourself. And then you've not only, stalled your athletic capability as far as going forward and improving, you've actually gone way backwards as well. And then you've got a whole road to recovery, and then you got to rebuild on that. So that's what you want to avoid. So the same thing with like Warren Buffett, for instance, like, the first like 2 rules, don't lose money. Second rule, don't forget rule number 1, right? It's exactly in that same vein. And there's those same analogies across everything else, whatever area you're in. And that's probably the main thing to remember. So it comes around every month. If you've really got that itch, wait until you've done the research, you've done the macro, you've done the fundamental, all that kind of stuff. If you actually have genuine information, and for some reason you think you actually have a leg to stand on per entering into that, fair enough. But you will know if you've done that. It's pretty clear cut, right? So if you haven't, stand aside, wait till after, see how it fleshes out, listen to Bloomberg, something like that, trade the aftermath, and then go from there.
I think it's amazing, amazingly good advice, LJ, because we've all heard this before, and if you've not, then I'm gonna say it again. As a trader, you need to focus more on risk than on profit. And that's what, on another way of what LJ just mentioned, and NFP has a lot of profits potentially, but it also has a lot of risk. And that is the key thing here. It's way too much risk. It's like, jumping from a couple of floors instead of just a meter. And it can blow your account. That is something very, very real. And even if it doesn't blow your account, it can make significant dents in your equity curve that might, break your system, break your morale. You don't want that. It can trigger you, by the way, emotionally into your derailing completely from your plan because you just had a big loss, or even a big win can be detrimental for your compliance to your trade plan. So I think it's a great favor, community favor, a public service to address this, because it's so easy to get into the trading game, right? Open an account, no one is stopping you, but all these things it's difficult for you to apply them unless you have gone through them, and going through them meaning losing some money, sometimes a lot of money, and putting back your trading progress, your journey, months, sometimes years, until you figure it out. This is how I'm going to deal with this. I'm going to consider it. Maybe if you want to gather data how you would be trading NFP, for example, open a demo account. Treat it as a sandbox experiment where you do whatever you want there, and only move it forward to some degree of risk when you see that there is some consistency, there's some rule, you can build a system, you can build around it. I think that's a great advice, LJ.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, with the opening up like some kind of demo account or something like that is a perfect idea as well. Then that allows you to express those views in the same manner, jump into the market wherever you're going to, and then you can, trade your personal, your live stuff, whatever it is, as you would. You can take the pot shots on the demo account, see if it actually works out, right? And then you've actually got data, something to test through, that kind of stuff. So, and that can also, even with the FOMO thing, that you can still take a position without taking a position that fulfills that little itch, right? And then you can go after and be like, yeah, I was right or I was wrong, etc. And maybe one time you're right, the next 2-3 months you might be wrong, and you'll be like, oh, damn, yeah, okay. Definitely shouldn't have taken that. I'm glad I didn't, right?
Isn't the problem, though, that the main reason that everyone's into trading, and whether it's that expectation is right or not, we've talked about expectations in the past when it comes to trading, that the expectation is I'm here and I want to make money. And so the challenge I think a lot of people have is that discipline of saying to themselves, okay, I am going to sit this out. I'm going to sit this out and I'm going to trade on a demo account, because people are just, everyone wants instant gratification. Everyone wants instant results, because that's the world that we're living in these days, is to get, everything in a shorter and shorter time frame, right? And there's an expectation to get that from trading as well. it's an invalid one, as we all know, but it's still the same. It's still the same kind of devil on your shoulder sort of thing, right? That's still trying to get to get you to do things that you wouldn't necessarily normally do, so yeah.
I think that comes down to the general notion that at some point you have to realize or recognize, learn either the easy way or the hard way, that things that do come easy is normally rubbish. It's not going to have sustainability. It's probably just a flash in the pan. You can't count on it, etc. Like things that come easy go easy as well, right? So if you're chasing that kind of thing from trading, don't expect it to last, right? I think surely at some point logically you figure that out. If you haven't figured that out, as far as people doing that, I don't know exactly what to say to prevent them doing that, because it's one of those things where you either learn by outside input through that, or you learn the hard way from like scars and bruises and gravel rash and all that kind of thing yourself, right? And so naturally though, you're going to have a lot of bruises, gravel rash, scars, that kind of thing. But the point is just don't expose yourself. I think in totality of what I was saying, don't expose yourself to the ones that can completely, kill you altogether, right? Yep. So take hits, take damage, take some punches, take some black eyes, a broken jaw, bleeding lip, that kind of stuff. But don't get, completely knocked out, right? That's what you're trying to do. So as long as you keep that kind of idea in your head and start from that basis point. And a lot of these things as well, sometimes when we talk on this podcast, like if you're having trouble, retaining or recalling these things once you're in the moment, get like a sticky note or something, put it on the side of your computer or somewhere on your desk or something like that. Have some kind of a ritual thing that you look at, just rehash those things. And at some point, you'll probably come to a stage where you don't need to look at them because it's just automatic then. But if you're having trouble with any of that kind of stuff, those are the kinds of little bits that you can do just to remind yourself and keep yourself like in check. And the same thing as Victor said earlier, I think, where you have like a reminder on your phone that pops up every couple of hours or something to say, look at your strategy, just double check that. Are you in line with what you should be doing or trading or whatnot? I think those things are very useful, especially if you're just getting started.
Yeah, there are many. There are a couple of other tips that we can give traders as well that are having difficulty following the plan or have problems with impulsiveness. And one of the things is, for example, what you can do is have an EA to keep track of the number of losses you have. For example, if you notice a pattern that after 4 consecutive losses, you typically lose it, you go on tilt, you keep on doing more things, right? Impulsiveness comes in and you stop thinking about the trade plan and what you're supposed to be doing. You can have an external countermeasure stop, sometimes even close the whole terminal for you. That is something that could help you. That is, when this happened, it's already a bit too far. The timer is one step before that. But that's one thing you could do. The other one as well is have I know this is perhaps it can be a little bit nagging at times, but what you can do is also have the number of losses printed by an indicator on your chart. It does increase the pressure on you, but it is a very quick visual feedback on what has been happening. Because when we tend to go on tilt and do things impulsively, what tends to happen is we kind of forget, the recent past, the fact that we are losing, we are risking too much, we're not following what we're supposed to be doing. So having a very quick feedback on your screen, you've already taken 2 losses for the day, for example, and that it says there on the screen. You can do this with Chat GPT have a very simple indicator written to you, for you, I mean, and that shows you that on the chart. And that could be a quick help for being more aware of where you are in terms of your intraday progress. And the other thing I think, and I apply a lot, I live by, is checklist, right? If you have a trade plan, and especially if it's as rule-based as, in my opinion, it should be, then you will automatically, for each step, you can have a checklist, right? And enter is all the way at the end of the checklist. And before you get to the entry, there are various steps that needs to be checked. Is the H4 telling what it's supposed to be doing? In my case, it's the H2, the H1. Is the quasi there? Is it valid? Is the number of the entry order blocks okay? Has it been invalidated before? Anyways, a long list of things that I have to check. And only when everything is aligned, I can enter. If you have a checklist like that, it helps you avoid getting to the entry, because it's very obvious that you haven't done the checklist yet. And while you're doing the checklist, it automatically slows you down to actually what you're supposed to be doing, which is following the plan. So with that checklist can also be a very helpful tip for everyone who just wants the excitement or got triggered by the losses to do things they shouldn't be doing.
It's interesting you say that. I actually had that last year. But it was an actual physical checklist. So I created like a little notepad to go old school, and it was like an A6, not A5, like a quarter of an A4. And literally all I did was I had it printed out, and it had just simple tick boxes to say, do I have this confirmation? Do I have this confirmation? Do I have this confirmation? And before I took a trade, and that was almost like my manual journaling process. But it served as that checklist as well to make sure that I was following the trading plan that I'd established, and it did really work very well. So actually, thank you for the reminder, Victor, because that's probably something that I should get back to is just having that printout of, right, have I got this? Have I got this? Okay, now let's look. And it just helps you to kind of.
I think, yeah.
That's what I was looking for a second ago in the set of drawers that I've got next to me to see if I've still got an example of it. But that's, sometimes going old school, because we're so used to doing everything on computers, if we have a piece of paper that says to us, have you done this, this, then this, and you've got to physically tick it, it takes your brain away from the screen and helps you to refocus on maybe on a bit more of a rational basis, rather than I'm seeing candles, I'm seeing movement, I'm seeing volatility, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, the checklist is to help you indeed, as you said. It's about doing rational things and not driven by emotions. Because whenever we start with reacting upon emotion, we become the worst trader, the worst version of us as a trader. Another thing that I think is useful to mention is that by doing the checklist, and I'm supposing here that you do have a trade plan, you do have data, you have checked it, validated it, and you have seen profits in back testing or some kind of data testing you have done. Given that, and you do the checklist, what will happen also, which is actually very nice, is that you will get a positive feedback of using a checklist, because you will see that you will not get your account blown if you did everything right, including your risk management. You're not get your account blown like before. You're not gonna you're not gonna go on a losing streaks. You're not gonna over leverage or over risking. You're going to be doing everything by the book because you're following the checklist. And that automatically, at the end of the day, you look back and say, hey, the market was doing crazy stuff, but I didn't have a problem with that because I followed my plan, and I won or lost a little bit. And after a week, hey, I'm actually seeing some profits. And that positive loop is actually something very good. That's what we want to be cultivating, because it will tell you, it will teach you. That's the rewiring. that I mentioned because it will teach your mind that following the checklist is your way to profitability. And that is the proper wiring that you want to have mentally.
Yeah. The final things I would say is, like, first of all, I think Victor and I both highlighted, like, like a physical kind of checklist or something you write down, like, just like I was saying with the sticky notes, that kind of stuff. So I think that's definitely very useful. And just like you were saying just now, Victor, that I think as well, that's something good to combine with the journaling aspect, like recording how your day has gone. You don't even have to go so in depth. Just, was it good, bad, profitable, unprofitable? And for instance, with that, did you check in with those things, or did that day you skipped it? Right. And then cross compare the days you check in with that stuff and how that went versus when you skipped it, or you didn't check in maybe every 2 hours or something like that, just for a rehash, and then how you went versus when you do that, how does it go? And now over time, like, obviously these things are a bit tedious. They seem a bit like la or whatever, but over time, the point is repetition, that over time they will become ingrained and it becomes autonomous and automatic. You don't have to do that stuff. And then you just turn up to the market and you're in the flow, you're in the thing, and that's where you reach the kind of experienced trader type stage per se, where you can just come out and smash it out, right? And sometimes as well, even then, you might have to, if you do have a dip period, there could be other things going on. You come reconnect with that stuff for a time frame until you're back in the flow, and then that's definitely a good way to handle these things.
Exactly. Yeah. I totally confirm that is the proper way to get consistency and profitability. And those are the two things you want to have, you need to have, if you want to survive as a trader long term.
Martin's, I have been there, my friend. I know all too well what you mean. So yeah, guys, that is it for the weekly ABL podcast. All that remains for me to say is to say thank you, Victor. Thank you, LJ. Thank you, Jonatan, thank you, Jonatan, who sits in the background, jumping in, doing giveaways every now and again. Guys, we have done 3 giveaways so far today. 2 giveaways so far today. We've got 3 more to go. Click the link that's pinned in the chat, and you can still enter for the 3 other accounts that were given away today before the end of the stream. We are currently sitting at, let me just check, 76,935 subscribers. So all you got to do is another 65 subscribers today, and there'll be another giveaway next week. So yeah, make sure you hang around. Coming up next, Victor, are you up next?
No, I'm going to be coming back in about 1 hour.
Okay, so it must be this man himself who looks like he's just gone out of bed.
I don't even have the sound on, Mike. Like, I don't know why you're adding me. I can't.
Pedro, I think Pedro is coming on.
All right, okay. So Pedro is hopefully going to be joining us in a second. But here he comes. He's a little bit tardy today. Come on, Pedro, what are you doing? Come on. Honestly, my goodness, what's this? What time do you call this, Pedro? You know, we're having to fill for you and cover this. Come on, you know, what's going on?
Look, to be fair, I thought we were on for another half an hour. So,
oh no! I've got things to do. Okay. I've got accounts to go and blow.
I'm too busy.
Did I add myself or someone add me?
No, I added you. Don't worry, I added you.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I was still smiling, grabbing my microphone and everything. So that might not be live. Okay, thank you.
So yeah. Good to see you, Pedro, mate. Guys, that's it from us for today. We'll hand over to Pedro, and we will see you guys next time. We'll be back right after this.
Yeah, that's not the way.
I will just say, I might pop in with some more hats for you guys. I've seen a number of you guys wanting more of them. So for each of the winners, we'll get another hat. So you might see me again. But for now, ciao. Over to you, Pedro.
Thank you, LJ. Second, yeah, This must be the one. What's up, everyone? Happy Thursday, NFP Thursday. This must be something unique or rare to have this combination of words, Thursday and NFP. So how are you guys doing? How is your day so far? What are you guys expecting for NFP? That's basically what we're going to be talking about. And welcome, Jonatan, as well.
What's up, Pedro? How's it going?
How good? How good, man? How are you?
I am good. I'm good. We got an NFP today. It's interesting. Are you gonna be trading anything today? Are you gonna be maybe seeing if you can make some money on the volatility?
Yeah, I'll be trying to see what's going on. To be honest, at this point, I'm still a bit biased towards longs on dollar, shorts on euro and pound and so on. But that can change quite quickly depending on the way the NFP goes. But we can take a look at charts a little bit to see.
Yeah,
do you have any bias for today?
No. So what I'm thinking is I got this account set up where I'm trading with the community. I'm trading with the comments section, right? And I'm asking the people in the comment to kind of come up with a trade idea, and then I'm gonna obviously trade that idea here during the live stream. So before we get into that, I'm going to be doing another quick giveaway shortly for another account. But I want you all in the comment first. I'm going to ask you, I'm going to do a poll. I'm going to ask you a question on what pair that we're going to be trading today. So obviously I'm on the high stakes account on this one, I believe. Let me just double check if it's actually on the high stakes account. Yeah, this is a high stakes account, which means no trading 2 minutes before and 2 minutes after the event. So we're not going to be trading until 2 minutes after the NFP. But I want you guys to let me know what pair you want me to be trading. So yeah, that's the poll. So go into the comment section and answer that poll in just a minute.
Okay. Join the 2 minutes before NFP, put a buy stop above current gold candle and sell stop below. Yeah, that's what you cannot do. That's why we don't really allow to trade news events, or the prop firms don't allow to do that. Exactly because of that.
Exactly. I like that his strategy is the exact reason why we're having the rules that we're having. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, yeah, many people are saying gold.
Yeah, I mean it's always gold. We should just rebrand this whole trading room to just the The5ers gold trading room,
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're gonna be using a strategy like that, then yeah, do it on your private account. And I mean, it might be working for you. Okay, it might actually be working for you, but risk your own money. It's we got too much on the line of having our traders do that type of trading because of the slippage and the spreads and everything. It's just a 1% trade can easily become a 5% loss, and we don't want that.
And another situation is, even assuming that price, as soon as it breaks one of those levels, is going to continue on that direction. Price may actually just take that level and reverse completely afterwards. And it can actually stop out both positions at the same time, almost. That's a risk with the news. Unfortunately, if it was a straightforward, as soon as price breaks one level, it's just going to continue in that direction. Yeah, definitely that everyone will be doing that.
Okay, so we got gold on 60%. So we're just going to go with gold. We're just going to go with gold here. I'm going to go in and see if I actually have any orders in for on my EAs, have any orders in for this, because I do have them copied to I have them using a copy trader here, and I want to make sure that I'm not getting filled on. Dude, I just had a phone call. I just gotta call this person up quickly. I'll be back in just a bit.
Okay. Hey, Kakad. I don't think so. Okay. I don't think the The5ers has any rules in regards to how long do you need to wait until you take the next trade after you have a stop loss. You can even see in here that many of us, especially scalpers, they do open positions even after they take a loss, and it's quite quick. So I don't think that rule exists. If there is any prop firm that does that, well, I don't know. I have no clue. But that rule doesn't really exist on the 5ers, at least that I'm aware of. Yeah, what is your take on gold? So I saw someone mentioning that maybe the news are going to be negative. Yep, we have Ash saying that maybe NFP may be negative, so buy gold to 344. Where is 344 in here? 344. Is that closer to the top? So we're looking for gold to come all the way back to regain to this level in here. So that's basically what you're looking for. Perhaps I have two levels. Actually, I've been waiting for price to get close to this level for a long time. Another one, maybe somewhere in here. I actually like the way that price is starting to create some structure just underneath this top. So that may trap people into trying to sell underneath this level, and price can do this quite quickly. But yes, my favorite to be even to look for price to go closer to 344. So if price does get there, that's perhaps is on the level that I'll be looking for potential shorts. But just in regards to the news, yes, the numbers. Just if you take a look at what the numbers are you expecting? Apparently, the market's expecting 111,000 new jobs, and actually the unemployment rate to increase from 4.2 to 4.3. Now, the situation was that yesterday, when you had the ADP non-farm, what is it? It's Wednesday. Yep, it was actually negative. The non-farm employment change, the ADP, and the last time we had the negative number, I think it was all day back in February 2022. So that has been a long time, and that's maybe a little bit of a concern data towards today's NFP. So we'll see. We'll see if the data is actually going to be worse than expected. If we're going to get any values or numbers below 100, and that may move the market. That maybe push the indices to the downside. Maybe gold up, and we'll see about the dollar. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. And aside from that, don't forget we also have the services PMI at 3 p.m. And sometimes there can be a continuation of a move at 3 p.m. So depending on what's going to happen with NFP, I'll be also paying attention to the services PMI at 3 p.m. That can create some volatility in there as well, even as a continuation of the trend. Yeah, chicos, okay. Okay, let's just keep sharing, guys, on the Boas Antonio. Guys, keep sharing your view on gold, since we are looking at gold right now, and then we jump into the dollar index and euro dollar. Okay, so any buys, any trades, anything that you are looking at on gold, and then you jump into the dollar. NFP sometimes in some minutes, buy or sell. No, in some minutes, no, in 1 hour still, like 45 minutes. Verso, I need your answer to pass my. Okay, Enrique. My answer for you is buy and sell exactly at the same point. I am from Portugal, but we do have a Portuguese The 5ers channel, so feel free to join us. The link is in the description. But yeah, I'm from Portugal, living in UK, to be honest. % is everything. Okay, that's a good comment. So sell. Dennis is mentioning to sell gold. Guys, if you could be a bit more specific in terms of which levels actually you are looking to buy or sell gold, what take profits you are looking for, so we can take a look a little bit at gold. Gold.
Let's do a quick little giveaway.
Okay.
Let's do that.
032 3290. Okay, so this guy Chris is looking for gold to go to 3290, somewhere around here. Yep, which is also
329. Let's see. I wonder if he's looking at that. That's quite a lot. That's quite far down.
Yeah, this is still within. Yeah, it's still within the week. So I think gold opened somewhere around here for the week. if price does go down, if price does break below these lows, yeah, I could see gold getting closer to this 3,300 at least. Maybe even retesting this previous structuring here, and may even continue to go lower. Who knows? But it could bounce from here. It could bounce somewhere in between these levels. Yes, I wouldn't say no. The question would be more of what you'd like to see to actually get short on gold towards there. But if you're already
I'm
short.
interested in finding levels. So yeah, I'm interested in finding levels based on the NFP event. So the way that I'm most likely going to be trading this is waiting for that initial reaction. So if we're getting like a massive spike to the upside, and then it's cooling down, and you usually what I try to do is I try to trade against the initial reaction of the news move.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that's what I'm trying to find on gold. Seeing if we can find any. I think it's best just to wait for the reaction to the news, and then I'll trade based on that. But the comment section, you've decided to go with gold, and I don't really think we can do more with that setup. We need to wait for price action on the NFP, which is coming out in 40 minutes, I believe. Let me share my screen so we can do another quick giveaway.
You need to add your screen first.
That's what I need to do, yeah. Let's do that. So yeah, I'm gonna have a lot of comments like this one today. That's not a good way to trade NFP. You shouldn't trade NFP. Well, this is something that I've been doing for quite a long time. And if you don't usually trade NFP and you don't trade news event, then obviously you shouldn't be trading it. You need to first come up with an idea and then test that idea to see if it's working for you. But one thing that I have found is actually working with NFP is waiting for the initial reaction. And then when there's initial reaction and price is kind of finding some type of, let's say you have a bullish move, right? So you have an NFP move, bullish move, hits resistance, starts consolidating, and then maybe like 30 minutes after the news event, you see that there's no more momentum to the upside. A lot of times I'd like to fade the initial move, basically, because a lot of times you'll have an overreaction, and then price will start moving back down towards the level where the reaction started, and then you can start trading higher. What's up, LJ? How's it going?
What's up? I'm just waiting to put another hat on. I heard there's we got another winner, so that's what I'm just
all right, let's do it.
Let's go.
So there we go.
Let's do it. Got another giveaway here. Let's do this. Let's do it. This is the third one, I believe. Okay, let's do it. Nice.
Verdant S. Congrats.
Verdant.
Congrats.
We got this.
Yeah, congratulations, man.
No hat, no play.
No hat, no play.
Yeah.
All right, that's a 5K high stakes account for you, my friend. You will get an email to the email address that you used when you signed up to Gleam. All right, good stuff. So we have about 40 minutes until the NFP event. By the way, yeah,
Jonatan, what were you talking about gold before? Were you saying take a trade on? Is this the chat account, like group account, or is this yourself?
No, this is the chat account.
All right, chat. Can we just go short? Do it.
Well, like short now before the event.
Yep.
Okay.
Why not? Short at spot.
Yeah.
Stop loss 49.
Okay,
Do it.
I'm gonna ask the audience.
Do a vote.
Okay, we'll do a vote, long or short gold.
I will preface, this is a semi gamble per the NFP, but chart structure as far as text, I think that's the way we're going. So it's whether you believe news doesn't matter or it's all text, right? So
what is the target, LJ? You mentioned entry, stop. What is the target?
All right. So stop will go pretty tight stop, say 49 or 50, something like that. Like just above the the past.
Yeah, that's where we are.
Yeah, like 3 15-minute candles, something like that. And then take profit, say, depends if you want the full extension or like half extension. So I'd say half extension is about 32.22, just above the 20 level, right? Full extension would be like 33.02.
Hold on a second.
So we're going to decide, do we want the halfway mark or the full cart?
Can you share your screen and kind of show us what it looks like?
All right, sure. Hang on.
Yeah, that's what kind of risk reward are you looking for this?
Let me put it on here. So if we went at spot.
One second, yeah, yours.
Sorry, yeah. Oh, there we go. All right, so at spot, we'd be looking that way right here. So we go stop loss 39.9 and a bit, 49.5, right?
But I mean, don't you think that's a way too tight of stop loss with NFP?
No. That's what we're doing. It depends if you believe in news and macro or not. Are we doing text or are we doing macro? Or do they both matter?
Okay, so I'm going to end the poll here. We have 56% saying short. So we're going to go short. The next question will then be follow LJ or not.
No, yeah. So follow text and macro. So follow text or follow macro and NFP/data news, whatever. Because technically, what I'm saying right here.
Are you saying text? What follow what? Are you saying text?
No, text like technicals.
Oh, because okay.
Technically, right? Like, say we had no NFP. Like, this is looking pretty bearish, right? Like, this looks like we want to now collapse to here for sure. Yeah.
Let's see.
Like, we've had a lower high. Each of these points, low high, and we're just grinding down. And all of this, like trading activity through here, is very anemic and very obscure, right?
Well, I would say, I don't know, like we're at support. I would say that.
But that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. That's the point. Like.
Okay. So
text or fundament, like, does the news matter? Yes or no, etc.
If the news do matter, what is your take?
Fundamentals matter more. We want to short this.
Yeah. Well, okay. So yeah, it's that, and then there's what's the expected outcome from the news, right?
Okay.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah. No.
I'm just trying to create something interesting for the chat to like think through, and then take you guys' pick. Seeing as this the community account per se, do we want to go with it or do we want to bail?
Let's see.
Is there any difference between, if you're thinking about fundamentals, what would be your trade if you're thinking about fundamentals? Where do you think the direction of gold it will go?
To be honest, if I was thinking about that, I would probably not be trading gold right now. to be honest, that's probably the single asset I would avoid per the fundamentals right now. I think it's very obscure. It's in very much a wish-wash of we've had every reason to go up. We haven't. A lot of the buying per why we have risen to these prices is actually from physical gold buying, not from speculative trading, etc. And we're in like a weird mix now where Russia, for instance, has been one of the heaviest buyers, and they're reaching recession, that kind of stuff. The costs of war in Ukraine, ongoing. They seem to be offloading gold recently. And then you've had every reason to run up on gold per the Iran situation or that, and we haven't. And that seems because there's other players selling into that in the physical market, which is then affecting the what we see as the speculative or digital type market, right? So that's one of the things always to remember with commodity. Like there's an actual real market behind it, not just ephemeral. Yeah, I was going to go on, but yeah, what were you going to say, Jonathan?
Give me the stop loss for that setup.
Okay. So for this was just off the bat. So I have 49.30 right now.
49.30.
Yeah.
Okay, and you don't think that's too tight for NFP?
No, not for gold. Not for gold. Right? If it was a currency, yes. But for gold, it's either punch it and run or that's it. So
okay, this seems like extremely terrible.
I also will preface, I'm not trying to predict NFP right here with this.
Okay,
this trade may almost play out, not all of it, if you are looking for that target. So,
okay, so what's the TP? What's the TP?
But
let's call it yeah, okay. So 31.16, 17. And then typically I'd have like an interim target, like partway, right? And potentially take like partials, that kind of stuff. So that here would be somewhere around 29.30. I would consider personally.
All right.
But yeah, I think we're looking about 16, 17 as like a healthy TP, right? I mean, that's a 7-1. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you convinced, Jonathan?
He's like, nah, dude, I don't like that. I think this is terrible. This is terrible.
Yeah,
it's against everything he believes.
Yeah, this is a terrible trade. I'm in.
Put us to the vote for the chat, right? You know.
Okay. So the chat have decided that 60% of you wants me to follow LJ here. Now I think we're making a massive mistake here, but we'll see. I'm gonna be sharing my screen here and show you guys what I have here. Then so this is the setup that we're looking at, and we're literally. Man, let's remove that one and this one. Okay, so we're right on. Yeah, I think we're going straight into beautiful support area here for gold. And we're putting the stop loss at a level that makes no sense from a technical point of view. And I think we're going to get stopped out before the NFP.
Well, NFP's got half an hour. So, okay, do you want to... Okay, if I was actually going to put this on semi-proper, because I had a point for later as to this whole thing, but... okay, so if we'll actually try to see that the trade works out. Let's move the stop to... Let's just make it 55. right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Now he's risking-
I'm
now he's
moving the
risking half
stop
of
loss on
percentage more.
increasing the risk of this trade to 2%.
That's fine.
5%.
That's fine. No, it's completely fine. That's all right. It's all right.
Yeah.
Dude, the chat
So
voted.
people,
right? Chat voted.
if you're watching this, if you're gonna be moving the stop loss like this, at least close part of the position to make sure that you're actually on the same risk. But that's not a problem. That's not a problem. It's just an evaluation account. And
Is there a way to?
I will
to
say
open
there
any
is
shorts?
method to everything I'm saying right now, but we'll see.
Oh
that
yeah,
after
of course,
the-
of course. Well,
Yeah,
the thing
yeah,
is, I do trust you. I do trust you because we've had a couple of trading competitions and everything, and you've won most of the ones that you've participated in, or at least been the reason for one of the team winning. And I look at your setups, and a lot of times I'm like, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, what
but
the hell
you're
is that?
still making money.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like, I can look at your setups and I can say, like, I don't think they make a lot of sense, but then you win and you make money. So it just goes to show that we can all trade very differently, and still be profitable. But this one right here,
1,000 ways to skin a cat, that kind of thing, right?
yeah, definitely. Yeah. We'll see. What do you guys think about this setup? Let me know in the comments, guys. What do you guys think? Is this So first of all, do you think it's a good trade? And then also, like, if it hits TP, yeah, we'll have to celebrate that in some way.
What's the actual TP amount, value wise?
In
like
314.
All right, so we'll be back above flat. We'll be in profit per se, right?
Yeah, we will.
Yeah, technically.
But the loss is 100. So it's not too bad. Wait, is it? That's 1%, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Well, if you're at like 10 still, technically it would be, right? But where you are now,
right. I risked 0.5%. I forgot to adjust the risk. So this is actually correct now with the risk wise.
Okay, there you go.
Good. Okay. So now what I would do actually, if we break down, like, that's when I would be ready to take this trade, is if we break this white level. So if we kind of break down, then maybe increase position and limit stop loss.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
Sure.
Ash,
do you have
there's no reason to short this without a special reason. I think he's right. I don't really know what it means, but I think he's right.
Yeah, well, like I said, there's a point to all this at the end. So
no idea behind this entry. LJ, they're really loving your setup here.
I know, amazing.
NFP.
We'll wait and see, and you guys will see the.
Keep them coming. Stochastic oversold.
Jonatan wants this thing to burn, dude.
Yeah, guys, tell us all the reasons why this trade is not going to pay out.
Yeah, Rick's on your side, LJ. But he has no reason for being on your side, apparently.
Rick Grimes. I like that name. I like that name, though.
That is a pretty cool name. If that's your real name, congratulations. You won a big part of the game of life.
Yeah, no, Johnson's like,
yep.
You won the prior things. Now you got to lose. We need this to burn.
What was the analysis of this trade?
What was the analysis of this trade? Can you guys tell?
Are you asking me?
Is that a question to us? Like, we have no idea.
No, it's a chat.
Oh, okay. Okay, chat. So what's the analysis here behind this trade?
Because, like I was saying, there is actually so this is something that I was going to say. We put this in here now, and then we'll go over it later. And I've got both sides of the argument right here. Because everyone's been talking about gold, same with the past couple of days, and quite frankly, this price action the past few days has been rubbish. Frankly, right? So with this, we'll see the outcome here. And then I've already got the priors, and we'll hash it out later and see what people think. So hence the point is not to reveal that now, to see what people are saying now, and then cross-compare that later.
Interesting.
After it happens, after the NFP.
Yeah.
So guys, what I think. So this is not a serious trade, guys. It might be like LJ might have a specific analysis behind this, but what we're doing here with this.
This is a serious trade.
What we're doing here is, first of all, this is an account where I do let the audience kind of decide on what trades we're taking, and I do not know the man. I am so bad at. I'm so easily distracted. I got a message and now
So this is the community account where we get everyone to vote on the trades. So it's not like it is literally by the people for the people, right? And the idea is if we manage to get it somehow profitable, etc., then some sort of redistribution of those profits to you guys for giveaways and stuff. Is that correct, Jonatan? Am I wrong, or am I talking rubbish? Wasn't that was the intent, right? Man's too focused.
Yeah, definitely, I agree with you.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, so basically, if you guys as a team in chat can get this account profitable and winning trades, and it's basically a voting system we put in chat, right? If you get it there, then the profit derivation will be yours and basically redistributed to chat in the way of giveaways, etc. So that was the kind of idea.
Yeah, I do have an idea with that, but like, well, I don't like. I want the money, Like, if we stop making money, I want that money. But no,
you don't want the money?
No, I do want the money. I'm trying to say.
I was going to say you can give it to me if you want. Like that's fine. Right.
No, but if I'm
all right.
Like, there's a couple of like.
Yeah, guys, Jonatan hates money.
I mean, there's a couple of things that we kind of need to iron out here before we make a proper segment or a plan of this. Like, first of all, maybe there's got to figure out the legals of this, and the fact that we as a company at The5ers and with all our evaluation accounts and everything, and the rules that we have for group trading and things like that, it would be slightly counterproductive for me to run a group trading scheme on the live stream of said company.
Then don't take anything I said for value. That like I tried to clarify. I was saying, is that what we're doing? I don't know. So I'll just say
no. I don't know.
It could be 100% wrong. Don't take it for valid. Don't expect anything, guys.
What I wanted to do here is, I think because I do think that there's a very, very low chance of this working out, this being profitable, and what I wanted to show basically is when the crowd gets to decide, it's most of the time not working out well. But it's a fun experience.
That's why we got me here to pump up the jam, dude. We're getting these winners in, right? There we go. Johnson's frozen again.
I'm not frozen. It's just I'm trying to.
Oh, now you're back. Now you're good.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure out all the messages and why people want to reach out to me when I'm live, and then when I go offline, nobody wants to talk to me.
Popularity level just drops.
LJ is like Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Like things doesn't happen to him. He makes things happen. Basically, that's what happens.
Exactly. I got to give the thumbs up or the thumbs down. Like live or die.
Okay, so gold is
costly
actually moving down, and
yeah.
we're actually looks like we're actually potentially making money here. So that's interesting. Do you have a? You don't have like a signal service thing, copy trading thing going on, LJ?
Are you telling me to promote things or what?
No, we can just connect my account to yours. You know, easy.
I mean, we can do that. We can do that.
Nice.
It exists somewhere, but no promotion. So
yeah. No, we'll just do that in private. Let everyone. Let
how's
everyone...
your trading week been though, Jonatan?
My trading week.
Yeah, so because you're still running, like you've been working, like you've been trading personally less, right? Obviously, you've been on holidays a bit recently.
Yeah.
But I assume you've still been running the algos that you've developed, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So I've been running the algos, and the algos are, so it started very well, right? It started very well. I've been running the algos on while I was gone on vacation, and now that I've been back on vacation, I haven't been doing any manual trading. It's been just trying to set everything up from the vacation, and I installed the graphic card, and that's not working, and the PC is not working, and here I am on the laptop, and it's just, so there's so much going on that I don't really have time to do any manual trading. And the algos are in a drawdown, but this is why we're doing forward testing, right? To understand how it performs in live markets, because when you look at back testing, everything looks so good in back testing, and then you apply it to real markets. And I do think that the issue I'm running into right now is risk management. I need to learn how to divide risk up in between the different strategies.
Yeah, well, for algos, it's definitely hard, right? Because developing a proper algo that can make decisions based on not a fixed parameter, right, like a variable parameter, is much more complex. Right. So I assume that's what you're trying to work on now.
So what I'm doing is I have so what I'm doing is I'm building a portfolio of algos, and I'm not looking for one specific system to perform very well. I'm just looking for many different algo systems with a tiny edge, and then when you combine all the algos together in one portfolio, they are going to be uncorrelated in a way where they create a bigger edge. So, for example, you could have four different algos that have a Sharpe ratio of below 1, but then if you combine them, you have a Sharpe ratio of above 1. So that's what I'm trying to build. So I'm not looking to build like an advanced AI that is super profitable. I'm just looking to build AIs that, not AIs, EAs that have just a tiny edge, just a small profit factor, and just a small positive profit factor, and preferably as low of a drawdown as possible. But the biggest problem is finding a way of seeing the correlated risk. And I mean, it's easy to find out the max drawdown of one system, but then when you combine 4 different systems, what's the max drawdown of all of those? Because you can't just take the max drawdown and then just combine it. You have to see at what time does that drawdown happen, and do you have other systems also creating a drawdown when that system is in drawdown, and then try to figure out what is the absolute max drawdown, because sometimes the max drawdown might actually be lower when you add it to a portfolio, because some systems might be in a profitable run and some in a drawdown, and they might even out each other. And that's why I want to find AIs that are not EAs that are uncorrelated. So when one is in a drawdown, you have another one on a profitable one. And it's the risk management approach that is really difficult. I have a good system for creating the EAs, but it's combining the EAs into a risk management system, basically, that is very difficult.
So ideally, you would want to aggregate them into like one singular system per se, right?
Yeah.
And that's so basically each of them level themselves out where they're all trading slightly different pieces, which then you get a smoothed risk and return curve.
Yeah.
That,
so
right?
what I have right now is I got the MetaTrader 5 server running, and then I have 4 different EAs running on that one, and then I have a Python script that whenever a trade is executed, it takes the data from that EA and then sends it to webhook. So I get the information on like whenever a trade is opened or closed or modified, that information gets sent via the Python script on the server to a webhook address. And I'm going to take that data that is sent to the webhook address and import that into a web server. And then I can go online, access that data in the form of graphs. And in that dashboard, I'm able to see the combined equity curve of all the EAs, but also every individual statistics of each of the EAs. And from there, I'm able to come up with a risk management approach, which is basically means that, so I have an EA on gold, for example. It takes very few trades, but it has a very high win rate and low drawdown. So I can increase risk on that specific EA unless there's another correlated EA that creates a bigger drawdown.
Yeah.
So I'm still in the process of making a system of this, and the problem with this is there's no ready-made solution, because if you look at all the big institutions and hedge fund and all the bigger players doing it this way, they have everything they do is in-house. So all the
I was gonna say, if there was a ready-made solution, there'd be no alpha in it. There's no profit, right? Like by definition, because it gets flattened out, right? That's arbitrage and it goes to zero, basically. Yeah. So that's actually a good thing, technically, right?
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of work kind of back and forth with different coders and AI to kind of figure this one out. But I do believe that once I have figured it out, it's it's going to be like a gold mine, because I do have, like, again, like I've said it before, like I don't really want to share all the software that I'm using, but I do have a server that is running, like a super powerful server that is running utilizing AI 24/7, running different scripts, and it's basically creating, testing, and verifying systems for me 24/7 automatically in real time. And so far in the last couple of months, it has created and tested about 10 millions of different strategies, and I found about 100 ones with potential.
Fair.
And
I think that highlights something in itself, right?
Yeah. That's a pretty crazy process, and I believe that in the span of a couple of years, more people are going to figure out that process, and there's going to be alpha decay in that process, But I do believe I have maybe 5 years of trying this before it kind of gets out to the public. Of how to do it, and then it's going to be like ready-made solutions, and I got to make sure that I do find the profitable systems before it becomes public, because at that point it's going to be increasingly difficult to have those systems being profitable.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's a question of whether trading in its, I guess, first of all, in its current form, secondly, in any form, exists in 5 years with AI, just like you're saying. Where once people get really good at it, more people start joining the train. Exactly like you're saying, that alpha decay gets arbitraged out, and then everything just kind of does this segmented up. Yep. And the only thing left then is basically investing per se, and that goes to gradual inflation, monetary debasement, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I have also
That's a hard question.
Yeah, and I have also, because I do think that trading, we have like 5 to 10 years before trading will become so increasingly difficult, that we have to think about the time investment and really, is it worth it? So what I've been doing is I've been moving away from investing too much in trading, and I've been starting to invest more in like long-term investment, because I believe that the more difficult trading will be, the easier it will be just to follow an index like the S&P 500 and the overall market. So putting more money in long-term investments and just following an index like the S&P 500, or your spot gold and spot BTC. So right now I have a portfolio of 60% in S&P 500, 30% in gold, spot gold, and 10% in Bitcoin. And to have that long term is, I think, gonna next 10, 15 year is it's gonna be just effortless, But yeah, with the EAs, what I'm trying to build here is build a system of EAs that can make money, then take that money into long-term investing, basically.
Exactly, because on that thesis, you've got a window now to pick everything up, make as much as you can, and then potentially shift per that forward risk into longer term investments, that kind of stuff, or at least segment a portion of what you're making into that, right?
Yeah.
And that's sort of what people should be doing. Like, I think for now, you got hot money. Don't forget to think about the long term. Put aside, think about your future, that kind of stuff. Invest in those things, because then, yes, you will have that. And if that is the case, and you have that alpha decay, that massive squash of arbitrage, right, and trading activity, therefore, there'll be a very clear momentum trade, and the whole thing will just be a momentum trade, right? And so thus, something like investing, you're just ripped, because it'll be a constant inflow of that, and that will be the overall input. So I would say that's very much what I'm saying. So I would say to everyone here as well that, yes, take advantage of that. Use AI right now to that advantage to try and develop strategies, develop reasoning, whether it's macro, fundamental, all that kind of stuff. Implement that into trading, pick it up. Don't forget to invest in the long term, invest in yourself, your future, whether you want family, kids, all that kind of stuff, like just like you have, Jonatan, right? Like, 'cause that's the other thing. Like, you want to just pump things through. There's a big energy to do that, but you got to think about that longer term structure as well.
Yeah, I think it's all about,
because you could easily take all that long term money and put it into real time investing right now, right?
Yeah,
and real time trading, but you got to run both.
Yeah, I think what you want to do is, like, you want to look at your personal finance, and then kind of look at it as if you have a portfolio, basically, and then you look at the trading capital as a percentage of that portfolio. So for me, I mean, I would never want to have more than like 10% in trading. Especially not if I'm like doing active trading and I'm trading, I'm day trading and I'm risking a lot. I want to make sure that I'm able to like be confident in, if I lose that whole trading capital, if something catastrophic happens with my trading account and I lose it all, I'm not in a terrible position. For some people that might be like 5% or 25%, but I think for me, if I take my, not going to say net worth, but my liquid assets, and then I look at where do I have the money, like in savings account or long-term investment account or pension savings account, and then trading. For me, I don't really want to have more than 10% in active trading, because imagine if, I mean, we've heard stories about people losing a massive part of the trading account. It's very possible. And if you have like some crazy amount, like 75% of everything you have in that trading account, that's obviously going to be a quite catastrophic scenario.
Yeah, because I was going to say, basically what we were talking about earlier in ABL was exactly that. Like, take risk, but don't chance ruin, right? So you can continue to play the game, that kind of stuff. And obviously, that's a hard topic where you have other things like hedge funds. A lot of hedge fund managers have 90% plus of their entire net worth in the fund. Obviously, that has a certain business aspect that benefits them as well, because it obviously gives an example of confidence. They're fully in there, they're committed, all that kind of stuff. But I think per individuals, like you're not trying to run that massive enterprise. That's definitely a good idea. I'd be curious as well with you, Pedro, like what is your aspect or ratios or that kind of stuff on these things, if you have any idea?
Yeah, more it because in terms of risk, I would also, of course, trading is risk by itself is much higher than even if I'm investing in individual stocks, even though those can be considered also as risk on assets. But they're close to 25%. I think that's basically where I'm at, and then the rest between savings and more conservative S&Ps and stuff like that, investments.
So you're saying 25% in trading?
Yeah, cool. So yeah, 25%. Yeah, just running. Again, I don't take. My approach is not risky, so I'm not a scalper or something like that. I'm even in trading, I'm still a conservative person. Not taking too many trades, trying to always look for better quality setups, and stuff like that. So it's not. I'm not going to be losing my account next month. I'm not doing that. I'm not even risking that much percentage also. That's more of what.
Wait, someone says we just got 77K. That can't be right. Oh, we did. We just hit 77. Yeah. Wow.
Oh, really? There you go.
Wow. Okay. So we got those.
I mean, to be fair, we got a few viewers right now, so.
Yeah, we do have quite a lot of viewers. Yeah. Well, you know, LJ, you're a magnet for your views. A magnet, people.
It's the hats, dude. The hats are the magnet.
Definitely the hats. Yeah.
No, but anyway, like with the other stuff we're talking, I thought that was something interesting, because I feel like a lot of people probably want to get into something, they want to make it their thing, and so to some degree they like full commit, right? So say for instance you're someone with like 12K in savings, how much do you put to that? And you've got Jonatan saying roughly 10ish%. Pedro is saying 25%. I feel like most people end up going, okay, I'll put 10K odd and have 2.5 left. They end up blowing up the 10, right? And then now they put themselves in a very difficult position. So the point of that was to highlight that potentially it's an idea to, you start with that 2 and then incrementally build on that the whole way through, because the point is to make this a long game where you incrementally build and compound on it, not just to, Lamborghini tomorrow or something like that, right? And so I just thought that was a point of interest to highlight to some people, because we've had a number of comments or questions of like how much to commit to certain things, because you've got this complex between committing enough work and input, that kind of stuff, to progress and learn and all of that kind of thing. At the same time, you don't want to take yourself out, right? And I think that's a very hard interim to manage, and that's going to be very variant on certain types of people. Like you guys might be slightly more conservative on that end, and then there's going to be other people that are much more aggressive, but they still have the same motivations, but just because of your personality type, unfortunately, then if you go in too hard, too quick, you're going to take yourself out as well. So.
Yeah, I think it's super important. I mean, it kind of goes back to the saying of don't risk what you can't afford to lose, right? And I think it's super important. I mean, I remember back when by the way, we got the NFP coming up in about 35 seconds here. So I got the should have the sound coming in here for that as well, hopefully.
Financial juice.
Yeah. So. But yeah, I mean, I remember it was a time when I invested everything in trading, like everything I had in my bank account, and everything is straight into trading. And this was kind of like maybe 2 or 3 years into trading, and
10 seconds.
Yeah. I was kind of profitable, but not profitable, and I ended up losing a big part of that. Okay, we go. Never mind. Okay, so
147k, 147k higher than forecast, 106k. The unemployment rate 4 spot 1%, 4 spot 1%, lower than forecast, 4 spot 3%. US trade balance minus 71.5 billion, minus 71.5 billion, lower than forecast, minus 71 billion. Looking to the market, strength in the S&P 500 and in the dollar as well.
Okay, we're going to be looking
How's that gold trade?
Holy shit, dude. Look at that gold. Whoa.
There you go.
Man.
I would say with this number.
Yep. Okay.
Let me just give a quick.
Let's see if I can turn off the sound.
Jonatan, I'm how is everyone doing? I'm back in the stream. I just want to share you guys the
oh wow, you made some money there, did you? What account is this on? Victor, you broke a rule. You're on a high stakes account, aren't you?
No, I haven't. I haven't.
What account are you on?
This is a high stake account, but it's only the open. Only the open is limited. You're not supposed to open an account, a trade 2 minutes before, 2 minutes after.
Right.
And I opened this on a quasi based on the alignment, and because the distance between my stop and the current price was enough room for me to leave it open. I don't typically leave it open because normally I'm too close to that area, so I know the proper thing to do is to just close it before. But in this case, it was perfectly fine, and as you can see, I got positive slippage from the 5ers, right? See, my TP was 77.6, and I was executed I was filled at 53, right? So 23 pips positive slippage right there.
Yeah, massive moves. This is breaking.
All right, so Jonatan.
Yeah,
we're doing well on the account, right?
Yeah, pretty good, man.
This is
nice, good.
So
nice stuff.
This would be the interim profit target, like I was saying right here about that 33.30. So you need to do a poll to chat. Do we TP here?
Oh, let's switch to your let's switch to your screen.
No, let's look at mine. Let's switch to mine.
Oh, yours? Okay.
This is great. Okay, so okay, do we TP here or let it run? Oh wait, that's a comment, not a poll. Let me go back. All right, let's see. Man, we should be doing more of these NFT streams. I wish it was on a Thursday. We just have to expand on a Friday.
We can do a Friday. I'll stick around for a Friday, Jonatan.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to expand on 2 Fridays. If you're watching this and you're thinking like, man, these guys sucks, I can do a much better job, then send an email to tradingroom@the5ers.com, hop on and join us as a guest, as a host, as a speaker, as an educator, as a guru, as a ICT marketing expert. I don't care. Come on, join the show. Let's have some fun.
Beat my trades. Come on.
But LJ, like this is...
Come at me, bro. Come at me, bro.
We have to make a short out of this, like how you're explaining the idea and how I'm just hating the whole idea, and then this. Wow.
What did I miss?
You missed a lot. You missed a lot.
Apparently, I did.
Yeah.
What was the idea? That was in a few sentences.
Threw up a trade idea for the community account with the chat, and we got voted on whether it goes in or not. And this was the trade, and we're very much doing very well, and it should take us back on the community account above flat and then to profit, basically. as you can see, Jonathan's chart right now, very beautiful. And I was saying prior, like there's reason and everything to this trade, and then basically everyone, not everyone, a few people talking rubbish in the chat about it. But here we are, and so point one was as well, like money where your mouth is. There you go.
Okay, so 50% says close it.
Are you guys sure? Because we're now, if you actually go over, we're now breaking, we're basically on the prior lows from earlier. So within this kind of trading channel that we've had, if you zoom out, Jonathan, or if you go to a slightly higher time frame, maybe like 15 or 30 minute. Yeah, so we're just trying to push those lows right now. So that's what I was saying. Poll for chat whether we hold or
close.
Let it run.
Yeah, a close here makes a lot of sense because we are at the if we had a little sweep for liquidity and change of direction, that could be here. But the thing is, the significant thing is that we did have a big move. I mean, a news, very impactful news coming out.
Right,
and that typically.
Yeah, we got 52% saying TP. So the chat says TP. So that's the chat's.
That's right.
Orders. Yeah.
All right. This is cool. We're back at back in profit on this account. So right now we're at a 50% win rate thanks to LJ. We got 4 trades, 2 winners.
And this is why you guys got to join into ABL as well. Myself and Mike, we do the pre-London session Monday to Thursday. Friday's a little bit later. Come, jump over, AlphaBetaLab.com. There you are. Jump in.
Definitely. All right, guys. I gotta run.
Jonathan's like, nah, fuck these guys. Get out of here.
I got some stuff I need to take care of. I'll have to run, but I'll be back. I'll be back in a little bit with the giveaways. We have, I believe, 2 more accounts. No, you know what? Let's do one giveaway right now. Let's do one giveaway right now, and then I will be back for the last one in a little bit. Okay, so let me just open up the giveaway and everything, and I will take care of that.
We got some more hats then. What do we want? We got this like I don't know what this type of hat is called. Do you guys know what this type of hat is called?
Yeah, like is it?
It's like an old person golfy kind of hat. I don't know. I don't know what the actual name for that type of hat is. You know what I mean?
It does have a specific name though. Like I can't remember what though.
I'm pretty sure it has.
Yeah, I mean everything has a name, so it should have a name.
There else we got the BMW cap right here.
Yeah, let's take the BMW.
All right.
All right, you guys ready for a trade? Ready for a little bit of a not a trade, a giveaway. You guys ready for a giveaway? Let's do it. Let's go. Got the fourth winner for today is Someone want to try that?
Boop.
Boupe. Apologies, mate. If
nice.
I will say though, after you're done, Jonathan, do you want to look at that trade, or you can bring up my screen as far as the full TP?
Okay.
I can bring it up.
Let's look at that. Wow. Oh my god.
So guys, chat. I told you, guys.
What is this?
Here we are.
Holy shit! Seriously,
this is the LJ team right here, right?
Wow. That's a big move. Wow. Okay, that's interesting.
Johnson's like, what the hell, man?
Yeah.
One thing to mention though, it was important the readjustment of the stop loss, because if it was the original idea, it would have been a stop out.
What do you mean it
That's
is?
a good point, Pedro. That's a good point, Pedro.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's why we moved it.
Adjusting the
That's why we
stop loss.
shifted it.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
the point, right?
was indeed.
Nice.
Yeah, but now you've gone from 7-1 to 2.89. So
Good
it's
stuff.
like I was saying, there's later things. We'll dissect this next week, next Monday, I suppose, on the 5 stream.
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
Yeah, I had.
Okay, guys, I'll
had
be
most
back.
of this.
I'll be back in a bit for the next giveaway. See you soon.
All
right. And this is actually the problem. Now people are asking. First, they doubt you. They kind of criticize your trading idea. After it works, now they're asking, okay, hold on a second. Where can I re-enter now? Like after the move is done, how can I take a little bit of a piece of that cake? Yeah.
Look,
yeah,
it's right. The OGs that have been in here, they'll know. They're here. They see it. They're like, "Yep, fair enough. I've seen this before." But everyone else, welcome. This is what we're providing.
That was a great trade. Now, do you want to share? No, you mentioned that you're going to share on Monday. Like, what's the reason behind it?
We'll share on Monday, I reckon. As far as everything, yeah. Remove myself. Sorry, I was meant to remove that. There we go. I go back to your screen. Remove myself. Terrible. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, so basically we had a big move on gold, indices to the upside, dollar to the upside, and that's basically the outcome of the. Let's see what's going on with Bitcoin. Bitcoin's actually going down. Yeah, now it's basically to see what's going on. Is it going to be a continuation, or is it going to be any kind of reversal back into some kind of structure? But yeah, this may be an interesting reversal this week. In particular, we may have actually this may be the bottom for now. On dollar, for example, we may actually start a new cycle in here. Let's see if that happens or not. Especially if it is, I still want to see these levels being broken. To be honest, yeah, I do want to see that top being taken on the dollar index to start confirm that we are actually closer to a reversal. Then it could come down again, but then I'll be happier to see price moving upwards on the dollar. That's my take. In here on the pound, yeah.
So you're looking for somewhat dull upside, is that what you're saying?
I think if we do break, I do like actually the level price is bouncing. Actually, I have it marked in here.
Or did I hear that wrong? My potato.
Oh yeah, so I do like where price is bouncing right now, even though I'm not really for shorts after such an impulse move. This can be just an initial reaction. Maybe price just bounces from this level as well and continues to go higher. This could be for anyone that is looking for longs onto this move to the upside. Maybe this could be the level. Basically, our price is close to react right now. And if you do break now above this top, I think we have a continuation to the upside. Basically, if you do break above these levels, I think we can go higher and we can even maybe start targeting again or getting closer to this top again in here. So that's a little bit of what I'm going to be looking for. But my trade now, like I was interested. What I would have liked to see on the dollar, to be honest, it would be kind of a fake out below these levels initially, kind of reaction down, and then move up. I was not looking to buy it where price was right now today. I was wanting to see a bit more for the down move and go higher in several dollar pairs, not just on the dollar index. Actually, I don't trade the index, but especially on the dollar franc Swiss as well. I was looking to see price actually would have made a little bit more of a move closer to this level and then go higher. And on the dollar pairs, similar scenario as well. But yeah, now we'll see. We'll see what will happen in here. EUR is also crashing. I don't know what is your take. What levels are you looking to see be broken to continue? But I think today may have a continuation here.
I'll say, Victor, what's your current consensus then? And then I'll tap in.
For EU, let's see. Actually,
or
you
just
guys
whatever you're looking at in general, I guess, at the minute.
I had a entry on EU this morning. That's the one I showed. It hit TP. And I don't have anything lining up right now. So my main strategy is not signaling anything. That is what I typically, that is what I share the most on the stream. So but I can still break it down. Let's take a look. I'm gonna take away not my screen, not share the current screen because that's the MT5. Let me go back to TradingView. All right, so this is what I would be thinking of. Let me remove that one. There we go. Oh,
yeah, sorry.
No problem.
Go ahead.
There we go. Okay, so I'll do the same thing over and over again, regardless if it's NFP, pre, post, during. I'll do top-down analysis and take away, start off, what are the bigger structures telling me. And on the higher time frames, obviously we had this reaction from the monthly, or this is the weekly, that structure which we talked about earlier. It's not a surprise that after we reached that structure, we created that wick. That's actually very common, happens all the time. After you start to think, well, why there and why not here? It has to do with that higher time frame. At least let me take off this so you guys can see it correctly or nicely. Let's see. Do we have an outside bar? It looks like an outside bar. Let me go check. The high of this is 1810. Oh, and the high is 1810.1, or not point. There is no point there. 1810.1. So to me, this fits the bill of the definition of an outside bar, meaning this is a very bearish indication of the market. And it's peculiar because we've had, all this time, the buyers were completely in control. So not one thing though, this is the daily time frame and it hasn't closed yet. So there's going to be a big tug of war today to close or not below this level, which is the close of yesterday, the low of yesterday, I should say, not the close. That line is 1.1746.8, and I think that's going to be the line. That's this. I don't know if it is, but if we come back, that's going to be the line where you're gonna see that tug of war. Where we're gonna use it as resistance, then from support, and then resistance against, possibly, right? I don't know the future. But if we do get to close below that level by tonight, then obviously that is something significant. Something significant has changed because, as you can see, we had a very nice run for the bulls. Nothing wrong with that in terms of losing control at all. And now we see all of a sudden an outside bar possibly being printed on the daily time frame. If it does get printed, and with this news and this reaction, it has a good chance of being printed tonight. If that were to happen, then you want to take this into account, that we might need, or not might need, but we might see more selling coming in the next couple of candles, next couple of days, that is. So that's one thing, the possible daily outside bar that has been created. I didn't have a daily signal, so my TP was just to the next order block in the opposite direction, which is the H4, and that's why I had my TP there and not way below. If I were to have a daily signal, then my next structure would be that H4 below us. And as we see, it did go there, but it wouldn't be correct for me to extend my TP if it's not part of my plan, right? So I'm gonna stick to my plan as much as possible, even if it means that sometimes I'm not gonna catch the whole move. That's fine. I'm here to follow my plan. All right, so that was the trade that had a positive slippage of 23 pips because of the gaps, and that sounds great. 23 pips in your favor without asking, but remember, we have to think about the podcast theme of today was, one of the things we touch upon was we have to think about risk more often and more deeply than the profit. So if I had 23 pips of profit of positive slippage, and actually we can go there, and this is maybe something interesting, because The 23, actually, this is a very good thing to point out, right? My the entry, my price was there. I mean, current price before the then current price right before the NFP release was what was this? It was at 88, and my take profit was at 78, right? So we had, let's mark that. My execution was at 50 something, 50, I think it was 53, right? That's where I got filled. This is the level I got filled, and that means that this is the gap. Not 23, the gap was actually 32. That means that if that's the potential risk of having a stop very near NFP. You could have, as you have seen right there, a 32 up to a 32, and this is not the maximum, this is just today, up to 32 slippage against you. Imagine that. Imagine if you have a stop of 5 pips. And instead of getting outfilled at 5 pips in loss, you get filled at 32. That's 6.4 times the stop loss. That is a account killer. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. Depending where you are, you could literally lose your account based on that, right? If you're too highly leveraged, like bang, you're done. That's it.
Exactly. And that was the takeaway message today. Think about, you want to take risk for your profit, but you don't want to be taking risks that are going to threaten the account. You don't want to, don't bet the farm, as they say. You don't want to make that bet too big, the risk too big, because otherwise, it's just a matter of time. It will blow up in your face. Yeah. All right. So
take risk, but not ruin. Right? You don't want to ruin yourself. You want to take small chunks so you can live to fight another day. Lose the war, but win the battle, like overall, or the other way around. Lose the battle, win the war.
Yes, yeah. You can. It's all okay to lose the battle, but not the war. All right. So that's actually a real life example of how to think about this. And this, and you may say, well, it's not a big of a deal. I don't do this, or this is crazy. My risk management is not going to allow me to do this. But the thing is, you can apply this to anything, not only NFP. NFP is just an example, but you can apply this to everything. Everything you do, you should always see what is the worst case scenario, and that should never be anything near a result that could threaten your account. Okay. Let's go back to the analysis. You guys asked for the what kind of hat is that? That is a multifaceted hat, time frame top down. This
very
is
diverse. Diversification
very diverse
for the portfolio.
Yes,
for the hat portfolio. That's what we got. Diversification. There you
go. So what I understand from the market is that the market had a consolidation, right? And we broke down from that consolidation, and the next logical area that's going to go is the next structure in a relevant time frame, which is in this case the H4, and that's why you have this wick in it. And actually, now it looks like a wick. You go to lower time frame, you can see that that's the whole candle was basically stopped. It can still continue, but this candle, in any case, it had a little pause there and moved away quite nicely. This move, I mean, from and the fact that it happened on that H4 makes complete sense, because that's the next opposite structure that market wanted to go to, or typically goes to. What else can we say? This order block is not something I would be trading, at least not on my main strategy. I did take a couple of scalps out of it while you guys were talking. That's why I was silent. But I'm already out of them. And that's just understanding that we will have some kind of a move from that order block. Not that it's going to completely reverse price action, because I don't think that, but you will have some kind of a reaction because of that demand area you have there. Actually, the order block is right there. That is one thing. So I don't have an entry. My main upper guy does.
Pedro.
I'm just
so look at those white teeth. Come on. They're beautiful. What are we talking about?
Yeah, man. I'm looking at the other monitors on the side. That's why I'm sometimes looking up, down, and whatever.
The man is focused.
Serious.
He's locked in. He's trading this NFP aftermath. So
that's not Pedro's angry face. That's Pedro's concentration face.
yeah, he's nailing into the market. Exactly that.
Okay. So so what I was gonna say, yes, you don't want to be thinking this is going to reverse because you don't want to ignore momentum. Momentum is to the downside. You want to be in most cases, you want to be in the side of momentum. Same thing with trend. You only want to go in a very specific moment in time against that, but only for a short time because you understand that momentum, the same way as with trend on the higher time frame, is has the upper hand, is likely to just continue until you see indication that it's not doing that anymore.
And I was going to say, within that context of the larger thing that we've had, it's not a amazing NFP number. It's just slightly above the expectations, right?
Yep.
So I would say then with that, given the context of tomorrow, obviously we have July 4th with America, right? So we got the holiday period.
Mm-hmm.
That's why NFP is today on the Thursday instead of the Friday. With that context though, would you potentially look to reverse this move given liquidity is likely to sort of dry up or lessen? The move is not amazing. It's not game-changing, nothing like that, right? We're still in the same general trend. It's just slightly better than the expectation. However, the expectation forecast was built off that we have that slightly declining trend. We obviously had the ADP yesterday, which produced the first negative number in 2 years. So from something like this, with that context, be an opportunistic moment to then reverse this current price action to some degree and clean up from there?
Well,
or would that just be something that you would just ignore and you'd wait and see?
I understand where you're coming from, and I think there is edge in that thought. But I want to make sure that I have a grip on the momentum because I don't want to go against something that is moving very quickly in one direction unless I have plenty of reasons, indications, arguments to saying that it doesn't have much more to go. And if I see this and I one thing that I could do is if I want to enter, I want to see multiple time frames on the minutes. You're not gonna see it on the hours, but you have to do it the other way around in this case. It's multiple time frames on the lower time frames or in the minutes, 15, 30, indicating, and 5 as well, indicating that there is going to be there is deceleration, there is a reversal pattern coming in. And I want to have this with a very tight stop because I understand that if I'm wrong, I don't want to be in that trade. I want to be either I'm going to get it and benefit from it, or I want to be out because I don't want to be in that trade, just hoping that it's going to reverse.
Yeah, because you're going against current price action, right? So that's
yes.
what I was saying. I wasn't saying this is the way. I was just seeing what you thought about that, because exactly that, where you could then also argue the forward and anticipation of this through the week. You have to then argue, say if we take euro dollar, is 118 fair value? Or is it potentially too high? So in a buy the news, sell the fact, right? Buy the rumor, sell the fact type manner, we now may get a retracement a little bit further up. But say you're looking at somewhere like, let me just check my levels, in particular on euro dollar. Like you could be looking, if I just flip over my screen for a second.
I was going to do that right there. There we go.
Right. So this is what we've had laid out a couple times here on ABL, that kind of stuff. We had this sort of channel in here. We dipped into it a couple times and then down into this middle point. That's what we measured out yesterday. We came here just before that level, right?
Yes.
And still before that, and then return. So that's why we end up taking profit on that trade just before the midpoint. But either way, ultimately, it's sort of leveled out here. Now we've come right down. We've approached that bottom point there with this resistance level. Do you then look for the retrace here, somewhere in this sort of 117.50 round number type level? and then you try and seek, like, say, retrace from here, retest, and then decline overall.
Yes, I think that is a very valid trade, but I tend not to look for that retrace. What I would do is wait for the retrace to happen and then get on board with the continuation, because that's a much better, much easier trade. I do take the reversal, like anticipating that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So you'd re-enter from here. Say like okay, let's put a short hit. So we go something like this.
Mm-hmm.
That's obviously where we cracked from the number. So maybe go part way, because if we continue solving from there, chances are we're actually going right up to the top. And then so you take the probabilistic view that we come right down. Now you look for a corresponding level. Okay, this is the old head here. Bang, that's your target.
Yes.
And that's what you've got, something like that, right? Would that be sensible? And that's like
yes.
a 7.6,
Yes,
right?
That would be something that I would certainly consider. Not anticipating the retrace, because that's a more difficult trade. That's catching the falling knife, basically. But I do that sometimes if I have everything lined up. I don't mind anticipating the retrace and then getting, or say, catch both of them. Rarely happens both of them successfully, but I don't need to catch both of them necessarily all the time because of the combination of risk reward ratio and low win rate that I have. But still, I only if everything lines up. I understand that catching the retrace is the more difficult trade, so I need for that a lot of arguments to allow myself to do that. But the continuation isn't. The continuation, if you have a retrace, you should see it in price action, fairly obvious that the retrace is over, and it's just gonna be quick, relatively easy trade going back to the top, and perhaps break it at the bottom, the previous, where it created that retrace, started the retrace. That's where I want to have my first TP, because you do never know if it's going to be a double bottom, and then leave a runner for that continuation, which I understand. If it breaks, it will move quickly, but you never know in advance which a breakdown is as the same as breakout. On the upside, it's kind of difficult to know when it's going to exactly happen. The other thing that I do take into consideration is that the ATR, today's ATR is currently at 92, and the average is 76. So yes, it is extended by a bit, by what is that, like 15 or so. That is actually not even 20, so that is about 14%. But this is NFP. So for NFP, for 140% is not a big of a deal. So I understand that it can still continue to do some more pushing and reach lower level. The ATR isn't a valid reason to start going the other way, fading this move yet. So I do think that is a key component, putting it in the perspective of what the ranges you can expect before thinking is going to reverse. I would if I were to say anything, I would wait for just read price action, wait for to see where that retracement starts to decelerate, to catch that move for that continuation, because I think it's not over yet. I don't know, really. I don't really know, but I think there could be a follow-through move yet.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm also asking some more questions to you guys, as well as a few leading questions for the Monday thing, like I was saying, that will touch on the earlier gold trade in the same way. So, and also with this, then hence, say we go look at the ATR, and then, for instance, as far as a relative ATR momentum forward indicator, I guess, if you could call it that, fib retracements and extensions are very good for that, right? And if we just even plot this out right here, top to recent bottom, 161.8% extension right down here, right?
Perfect.
And we've got the 61.8 just here. So we've got our entry just below.
Yeah.
Not a bad trade. So anyway, I was sort of trying to highlight some of these things prior to entering this stuff, and then you can see how it lines up. So that's what I'm trying to lead into Monday. Potentially, I'll hash on a couple of these things. So I'm just adding. These are side things to what you're saying as well, Victor, whilst also asking questions. So no, I'm not saying anything about what you said, or whatever, but it's just highlighting. Variations in trading styles, approaches, outlooks, views on the current thing, especially within news, just like we were talking about earlier with the ABL pod, of whether to react for NFP prior or after, and then digest the following news.
Sure. NFP and its momentum and its range is just another data point that should be included in your price action analysis. It's nothing magical. It's just another data point that needs to reconsider and see if the structures hold, and everything else that comes during the top-down analysis. By the way, LJ, the universe is using you as its new bias, just so you know. The universe.
That's right, guys. We're just going to run off the chat portfolio that Jonatan has right now. We'll get you guys to profit here. It's all right. There you go.
Yes. So let me see if there's anything we can say about the move so far.
I want to see what Pedro has to say as well. He's been plodding away in the background, with everything trading up a storm. So what are you seeing right now, my man? Do you want to? I'll remove my thing. I'll let you take over. Yeah.
No, even about the euro and the questions that you asked as well, like in terms of even fundamentals. Tomorrow being Friday, it's bank holiday, and maybe less liquidity. Today, I think there's still going to be some volatility. We still have, of course, the US Open. It's still about in 25 minutes to open, and you still have services PMI as well, which can be also a big catalyst for the remaining of the day. And usually, actually, the market is quite active because before bank holiday, and people kind of like to stay until the end when they know they cannot trade the day after. So we may actually still continue with some volatility in here. But the news, even though it's true, I think the sentiment was quite negative, especially after yesterday's ADP non-farm payroll. It was negative. And today it was not much of a bigger number. However, it actually helped to see the unemployment rate. It was supposed to go from 4.2 to 4.3. It actually went down to 4.1. So that actually was a good number on the rate itself. Basically, just looking even at the probabilities of a rate cut in July. Yesterday it was 76. I think this must have been updated after now the current data of the NFP, and now it's 93%. So basically, it's almost guaranteed that in July we are going to continue with the same rates, even though there's been some talks now. Even the Fed Chair Powell, even when in Sintra on Tuesday, started mentioning, we'll see if it's too early or not to cut rates. But again, this data being so positive in terms of keeping the rates low, most likely it's going to keep the Fed at the same rate until July, which is I
believe yesterday it was 19%, so it's now dropped to 6%. So yeah, we've gone that direction. So less probability. Right? Less probability of the rate cut after initially shifting per the ADP yesterday. So
we'll see now. In terms of what you mentioned, in terms of maybe $0 retracing now and then continuation, it's a possibility. To be honest, we even asked maybe now looking for longs and then potentially looking for shorts. I wish I had that skill set of just popping in and out to catch every single move of the market. I don't really have that. And in terms of continuations, that's a possibility, but I do struggle with that as well. I prefer much more kind of to look for trades at the extremes to try to catch those. Even this moving here on Tuesday was quite nice. The beginning of the reversal across all the dollar pairs. We'll see if price does break. I do like where price is right now. I think this was a level that you also mentioned. I do like where price is reacting right now. It's the same thing on the dollar index. I think it's still reacting from exactly the same level. So that's why I mentioned that for me, this is still a key level. If you do see price breaking above this level, then I'm expecting continuation to the upside. The same thing on euro dollar. If you do see this level being broken below this level in here, I think then we continue. Most likely we're going to do that target that you just mentioned before, that you had on your chart. I think there's a high probability that we go visit that 164 or something like that. Somewhere in there. The question mark is how are we going to get there in here. So yeah, we'll see. I'm actually curious to see what's the explanation. I noticed that you mentioned a few times Fibonacci. So I don't know if it's something regarding to Fibonacci that you want to talk on Monday. But I'm curious about your explanation for the potential move. Someone asked in terms of just on Google. Someone asked, when you're about to trade the news, how can you know the direction before actually the number comes out?
You cannot.
That's when we use technicals. Okay, that's when sometimes we do to use technicals to create our own bias, and that goes into experience as well. On the euro dollar, personally, I was looking for a strong dollar today, which means kind of shorts on euro dollar, pound dollar, and so on. And on euro dollar, we could see that recently you did manage to have at least even 2 breaks of structure here. And in your opinion, kind of the range was this one that you were trading, at least from this low to this top. And we had a middle zone in here. We broke structure to the downside one time, and we broke structure to the downside even a second time. I was indeed looking for price to make a little bit more of a spike in here before looking for shorts. That never happened, so I never really participated on this move. But yes, you can start paying attention if you do manage to identify key levels of structure, and if you see those key levels of structure being broken before the news, or even one day before the news, and then maybe price retraces back to where it came from. That's usually a good place to try to look for a trade. And just one aspect of it as well is sometimes even in terms of the approach towards the level, if you see price approaching towards an important level in a shape like this, and then you have news somewhere in here, there is a high probability that price will just fill out this space in here. And that's usually when you see these big candles happening as well, because there's no more orders in here kind of holding price up. Price is just free to fall. So that's also, looking at the approach is also a good clue in there. If you want to, like the yen index is a good example. You can see how price kind of went up and up and up, kind of in this up and down move, and all of a sudden, there's literally in one candle, it fills out this space. And it gets to the other side.
The yen pairs in particular are particularly technical. So definitely, if any of you guys trading techs in general, yen pairs are probably your bread and butter, to be honest. Like historically, past 3 decades, right? Very, very technical. So if you are particularly heavy on techs, trade the yen pairs in particular. So,
and I would say use the yen index as a reference, because the yen index is just a beauty. Yen index is just a beauty to use it as a confluence for what you want to see on the yen pairs. It's amazing.
I'm gonna tap out in a second, so I'll just throw up my stuff for one last little shout, and then I might jump in again when Jonatan does the next giveaway, that kind of stuff. But this is basically the dollar index. So if you guys were tuning into ABL, this is kind of what we were looking at. We had this kind of downward momentum, the break of this sort of trading range down here, came right down to the bottoms. We're looking for some kind of pattern a bit ish like this, hence the yellow, my lovely freehand Picasso art drawings here on the chart. But we've basically gotten the down,
I think
the up,
they're lovely.
the down, and then
I think they're lovely.
Yeah.
Let them be.
Exactly. That's why I freehand draw them. They're just meant to be like a general indication of what I draw of my sort of relative expectation. So I'm just looking for some kind of structure created like this, which we basically got that. We overshot these levels through here, but then we did get the up, then the down. Now we've got the up again, down, come the other side, retest it. And this up here, this sort of purple box is what I call often the sludge box, the kind of where you hit the mud zone, the kind of technical zone that has a lot of sort of prior orders like up here, and price is typically going to struggle very hard to punch further through there. So that's typically your kind of sell area. And we've then dropped back from there, come down, we're towards these prior highs here. And that's also the other side of this trend line. You can now probably, at the end of the day, delete this trend line because it's been invalidated after breaking through here, coming back up. However, still very curious that you test into that, but that also coincides with this prior high. So when you get some of those levels lining up, drawings on the fucking chart is not a strategy. That's not a thing. However, what you are measuring is basically the acceleration and the velocity of price in a certain direction, either increasing, decreasing, and that's what it can help you to visualize within a split second whilst you're flipping between various assets. Right, so that's basically what we're looking for here. We've obviously hit right up here, the top of that box, come right off. So as you can see, if you start to learn some of these things, can be quite helpful. Like I said, I'll leave more for Monday, so you guys will have to jump in there.
So we do agree on the same. We do agree on the same structure on dollar index. Yeah, I was looking for that one to see if it is broken or not. Basically, the same rectangle that you have in there. It was my upper edge trader that I had. Okay, so
yeah, definitely. So I think beyond here, I think there's sort of a flash in the pan, and then from here we sort of reverse to a continuation of the dollar selling. That said, I think we might find support somewhere down here, just like this yellow kind of line I have marked out. We get a bit more support coming down here, another test up here, which would then roughly equal these kind of highs, and then eventually pull down. So that might be next week's move. So say today, tomorrow, we get an unwind of this, come down, coming into Monday, early next week, we get another move up for the dollar, and then press off from there. That's kind of what I'm generally looking at. So, and yeah, that is in line with sort of what you were saying as well. Yeah. So there you go.
Thank you, LJ.
All right, guys.
And that is automatically an invitation for your Monday session, LJ. If you want to hear more about LJ's views on the market and how he managed to call these trades, they're not signals. But if you want to see more about how he approaches and breaks down the market, and Monday is your opportunity to pile up on his insights. You were saying, Jonatan?
Yeah, we'll give more in depth. So there you go. Just like earlier trades on gold. Hey, Jonatan.
Yeah, LJ, I'm really looking forward to that, because I feel like a lot of people have a lot of things to learn from you, honestly, and I feel like I have a lot of things to learn from you as well. I'm really impressed in the way that you're combining technicals with fundamentals, and the fact that you're self-taught and you're really successful with what you're doing. So I think there's a lot of things to if you can get through his very long explanation of now.
I mean, yeah, fair enough, but you're trying to be thorough. But yeah, I thought in that way we'll drip feed certain bits over time, and then you guys can take the live stream, collate them all together, put it into video for yourselves or something, and then there you go. But
I think that's a really good way of doing it. You just going through the charts, explaining what you're doing, and then because everyone wants it to be like neatly packaged in a way. But following along the process and doing so over a lot of different live streams, I think that's the best way to learn. So
bite-sized bits.
Yeah, exactly. And have a pen and paper, take some notes, make sure that you ask the right questions. We're very available here for you guys. So yeah, definitely interesting to.
So the bottom line is, for everyone who wants to have a bit of the edge that LJ has, is the solution is you have to come into the stream every day, all the time, so you can actually form the whole picture.
24 hours a day. That's it. Plugged in. Plugged into the matrix, into the charts. That's it. No sleep, just like myself as well. That's part of the strategy. No sleep.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about that part, because you do actually not sleep that much, I've seen, from the times that you are awake and available on WhatsApp. So yeah.
No, I do need to correct that, to be honest. That's that's actually not helpful to the strategy, guys. Just so you know, do get some sleep, get some recovery.
Yeah, man. Okay, so now's the perfect time for you to leave, LJ. So I'm gonna do the giveaway, and then I'm gonna leave.
All right, go on. We got the next.
I'm sorry, man, but
no, he has to put the hat on.
Right, that hat. Yes, man, I'm so rude.
He's been waiting for you to come on.
I thought you said that you were
literally
leaving.
what I was waiting for.
So I thought that you said that you were leaving, and I'm just dragging it out.
No, I said come back for the giveaway to put the hat on.
That came
people
out
waiting for the hat.
rude.
So yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Don't worry,
That's good,
Jonatan. We
winner.
know.
Let's go.
Don't worry, Jonatan. We know you're not a bulldozer.
Muhammad L. Let's hope that your account does not end with an L like your name. Let's go, man. Congratulations. You got a 5K high stakes account. Awesome. Good stuff.
Fantastic.
Yes, congratulations indeed for the winner, Mohammed. We wish you all
Trader
the best with
where
your
are you
account.
from, Nora? I can tell you, she is originally from Finland, but then she left Finland for Ibiza. See, I know my viewers. I know the community. Is that right? Can you say yes or no, Nora, in the comments?
Now she's gonna come and say no.
Say
that's
no.
not correct.
Say no. Say no. Say no, Nora. Come on. No,
right.
no. What have you done? No.
Yeah.
No. Wait, dude. Okay, Nora's second in the rankings. We need to ban Nora now. Because that's
Vinicius
the
number
wrong
one.
answer.
How's that even possible?
That's the wrong answer.
He haven't been saying anything for a while. How do you actually get points though?
It's because Vinicius is a king.
Yeah, he is.
Turns up for ABL every day. He's a champion.
He is.
Yeah.
He is a.
Happens when you turn up for ABL every day. You're a champion.
Yep.
So is Nora.
Okay,
Nora's turned up for ABL as well. So same with Lily. We got the top three. They're all ABL watchers. There you guys go. So
they were here before though, but yeah, I do appreciate that.
Oh yeah.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna leave you guys with that giveaway, and I'm gonna go out and I need to get some fresh air. I feel like I barely even had time for lunch today. It's just work. So I gotta go out, get some fresh air now that it stopped raining here, and I think I'm gonna go out on a run because I am fat, getting fatter.
How is your ankle, by the way, Jonatan? How is your ankle?
Yeah, so my ankle is getting better. So for those of you who don't know, but I think 99% of you know because I've probably been saying it a lot. I broke my foot in January, and slowly but surely recovering. But I think I've been sitting down and working a little bit too much. I should probably have been out walking and running more to kind of get it back to where it was before. So it's good, but like not perfect, So I do go out on the run. Det var du med i livestreamen där. I do go out on the run.
It's the picture trader there.
Yeah. Vill du komma hit och visa? Say buy Bitcoin. Nej. Okay. No, so I do I do run, but I can only run like 3-4 kilometers. Okay, before yeah.
Do you get the tenderness after that run?
Tenderness.
I mean, in your ankle, not in your heart.
Specific question.
Yeah.
No, you know what? It's not really. It's like it's worse in the morning. Like when I wake up, it's like I can barely move down the stairs. So I gotta like jump down the stairs. So it's worse in the morning. Then I kind of like when I warm it up and I start walking around, it's all good.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So that's it's a very interesting topic of conversation. I feel like probably everyone wants us to talk more about my feet. Let me know in the comments. Do you want us to talk more about my feet or
input your OnlyFans? There you go.
Only
Give
feet.
Us
Only
the
feet, not OnlyFans.
Only feet. Yeah.
We should do only shorts. There has to be a platform with called Only Shorts. It has to be.
No, but it's I think the audience do enjoy having your medical history in public and knowing all your symptoms, Jonatan. I think they enjoy that.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. Okay, so I'm gonna leave you guys. Do we have an official YouTube channel for an Indian? No, we do not, but we should because we have a massive Indian community. We should definitely have that. We should. The 5ers foot channel. Nah, you can do better. You can do better. The 5ers. The 5ers. That's good.
The 5ers.
Nice.
All right. Hello, Carolina. Nice to meet you. Nice to have you on. You joined the live stream at the perfect time. So I'm gonna jump off and I'll leave you in the most the most competent hands of Victor and
LJ.
Pedro and LJ. All right.
Thank you.
See you guys later.
Ciao, Johnson.
We don't have a Rafael Cruz. We don't have one yet. That is a Spanish-speaking community. We do have a Portuguese, though, and you see the guy above me. That's the head of that community. Pedro is. But who knows? Maybe if there's enough people speaking Spanish requesting this, maybe in the near future, podríamos tenerlo. So who knows? Maybe we will. Who knows? All right, so we don't have any charts on, so I'm gonna put mine so we don't get feel naked.
That's right. I will say I need to go actually eat some food at this point, so I will say goodbye to you guys for now. I will say though tomorrow we do have ABL, seeing as there's no 5 stream. So if you guys want to jump in there, jump in. AlphaBetaLab.com, sign up. Come in. We're there just before the London Open. So jump in, come find us, myself and Mike, and we'll see you guys there tomorrow. So for now, peace out. If Jonatan has, I think there's one more winner, isn't there? So I may jump in with another hat, but between now, I need to go eat some food. So I'll see you guys soon. All right. Ciao for now.
Thank you, LJ. We will be pending for your re-entrance and those hats coming on top of each other.
Wonderful. Peace out. See you guys.
Bye-bye. All right, so we have we were talking about the EU price action, and you can see what I see in any case is an H4 order block that was broken, invalidated, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, probably that means that you haven't seen me before, because I talk about order blocks all the time, and that is we have an order block that was previously already broken. Right, but we didn't have a lot of structures before that. So sometimes when there isn't a lot of order blocks or any reference, any structure to reference to, you can use these for see the reaction the price will have on them, even while they're invalidated. I don't trade them on my main strategy because they're not as powerful anymore. Once the order block is invalidated, it kind of loses its power. But it still has some. It's like the LED light you have on electronic devices. You take the electricity cord off, and the light is still on for maybe 2 seconds more. That's the kind of effect you have on order blocks when they get invalidated. They still have a little power in them, but not a lot. But if you're looking for scalping, you can use this once this is a invalidated order block, right? It will still have some kind of a reaction when price get to them. Not all the time, of course, but it is something that does happen, right? So if you're thinking about, of course, for my main strategy, I don't use them, I take them off. But if I'm looking for little pushes, little reactions, then I want to have them, even if they are invalidated, because I understand what I just explained not long ago. You can also let me mark another one that I didn't have on because it was already invalidated. I took it off while I was not streaming, or maybe I was streaming. I don't know. Let's see how the market reacted to that one. See, this is the order block. That's the other one, right? Let me try not to confuse you. This order block was the one before, and this is the one that I talked about just a few minutes ago and just now. And this is the other one that was invalidated. But to make my point clear, it still price typically still react to them. And let's see how price goes to them. And that is, you can see the reaction, right? At this time, you can see the reaction that price has from these broken order blocks. It has a little reaction before actually breaking and continuing, but these reactions are, this is just an H4 order block that was invalidated. You can imagine if you have a daily order block that also has the same characteristics, where it has been invalidated, but it's still there, still has some power, or maybe even a weekly structure. You can trade these for, shorter moves, little reactions that will have, that the market will have. Let's see. And if this, let me take them away, because otherwise you're gonna obstruct our view. It was just a little thing I wanted to share with you guys. So both of these have been broken. That tells us that the bottom, or the scaffold on which the price was climbing on, has been taken away, meaning that we need to look for something else, something from the left, to understand where is price likely to need to, if we are going long, where does it need to create those reversal patterns and interact with these structures from the left in order to have a continuation, maybe not today, maybe later on, tomorrow, next week, etc. All right, so someone asking, David is asking about the GU. How is GU? How do we see GU? Let's look at GU. Maybe you want to talk about GU before I before I do the or
yep, I can.
Okay.
I can talk about GU. Yep, there you go. So what do we have in GU, right? So as you know, yesterday was a massive day. It's been a long time since we saw politics actually have an impact on the currency, and yesterday with the chancellor situation, we actually had a big sell-off on the pound. Until then, eventually, later on in the evening, we actually had a good correction. But before that, if you look at the higher time frame, price has been moving up. I think everyone can agree on that, especially in the higher time frame. By the way, same thing on the euro dollar since January that we've been bullish, and they're getting closer to this new top in here. So again, we have been mentioning that a few times. In my opinion, I think where price actually reacted on Tuesday, it's one of the last levels that is still a bit relevant to expect some kind of reaction to the downside. I think this supply was fresh. This may be even an order block on the daily time frame on your book, Victor. But there you go. So price at this top in here, price never really reacted from the supply, so that was still fresh, and that's basically where we reacted. If prices go above and breaks above this level, I think there's a high probability that we're going to start visiting this level close to 139, close to 14. Maybe not in a straight line, but eventually we're going to get there. But for now, price is respecting this level. That's exactly where we reacted on Tuesday. So yeah, that's actually where I opened a short. But I opened a short exactly at the top, but my target was terrible. It was way too conservative. I could have hold the trade way longer, but I didn't. There you go. I short actually the top in here. There you go. My head in kind of the pattern, because we may have this one as a left shoulder. We have the break to downside. This could eventually be at the Quasimodo eventually, depending how you're going to be looking at it. This can end up being a Quasimodo pattern in there. There you go. That was the head. That was what I was looking for in this pattern. And since then, price just dropped and moved to the downside. So we already broke this low. It was an important one, and we also managed to break this one as well. And that's basically what we had yesterday. And now price is finding some ways to retrace. the level where it reacted yesterday, it was actually quite nice. When you're looking at it, even in the 4-hour time frame, we can see that this most likely is an interesting level of supply in here. That price created this big move to downside and managed to break out this structure. But on the way up, price never really reacted from it as it should have. Okay, so when you do create basically what Peter just mentioned now, between one order block, if it's not respected to one side, after it breaks, usually tends to be respected to the opposite side. So if initially was a potential level to look for a short, it didn't really work, and now in the future is holding as a long. But in my opinion, I could see this one as a break-off structure as well in the future. So I will still be interested in trying to find opportunities to look for shorts if price goes higher. So that's what I would like to see. I was even looking to see if today price would have gone a little bit higher to look for a short during the NFP. That never happened. Price just reacted to downside from this level. So to summarize, bigger picture, I don't know exactly what time frame you're asking, but bigger picture is if price goes higher, I will still be interested in looking for shorts closer to these levels in here. Especially with the back, even if price retraces back to this level, I'm definitely interested, and I'm curious to see how price may react also from this level. One thing that I don't really like, to be honest, I don't really like this move today. When I see kind of price goes up and breaks structure, I don't like for price to, when it retraces, to kind of create a double bottom in here or to react from this left shoulder. I'm not the biggest fan of that. That makes it a bit more bullish than bearish when I see that. So yes, today's move just is going to raise a little bit of a concern in terms of looking for bigger shorts in there. If you do break below this level again, if that price goes up, that's even a better short. But there you go. That's what I have. If you are looking for more shorts from here today, maybe price is going to just retest this level from the NFP and start moving again. Who knows? But personally, I'm not going to be interested in looking any trade in here right now. Yeah, I'll do like higher. Yeah, so basically, Victor, is this a quasi model for you or not? That's my question for you.
I can tell you right away it is, but I'll have to check in what time frame, what of the time frames it will be valid. But it certainly is, because we can see it from afar, from a mile afar, that it is it does comply with, does meet the what it needs to do in order to be called a order block, or a quasi, I should say, not order block. But let me share my ideas on EU, or not EU, GU in this case, because that is what the viewer asked us to look at, and we will give you double the content, right? We'll give you double the analysis on two different, although we trade quite similarly using the same concepts, but still we will find from trader to trader some differences and some nuances, and that's an enrichment for the viewer. I know, yes, I agree. Pedro has some great analysis. That's why he's here with us. That's why the 5ers had him join the team. All right, so let's look at the GU from the higher time frames. We can understand that there are reasons on the higher time frames, on the monthly, the weekly, why market is now showing a bearish order block, right? It hasn't closed yet. This is a monthly time frame. It's only been 3 trading day. Doesn't mean a lot, but on the lower time frame, you can see that same as with EU, it has a little drop for the monthly, but it's a huge drop on the lower time frame. So it is significant, and it is important to have these to look at these time frames when you're doing your top-down analysis, to understand what can happen and why things are happening. Not always you can see it from the higher time frames, but a lot of the times you can. So we do have a monthly order block that is the whole area. If you go to the weekly, you can understand that the reason, you can see why, right? When price is creating those wicks, it's because of that order block to the left, right? I took them away so you understand. And the next structure, see where the wicks are being formed, it's because of that weekly order block from the left. They're not the order blocks that I trade in the sense that on my main strategy, because they're not fresh, they're not part of a quasi, or maybe they could be, but in this case they aren't. But you can take them, you can use that idea, that observation that price do react from them, and build a system around them. I've been talking about this quite quite often. You can use them for scalps, for little reactions, and even not so little, because this is the weekly time frame. Let's go to the daily. What do we see? On the daily time frame, you can see how that is this the structure you just mentioned that was a demand, was a supply area, Pedro, and that now is functioning as a demand area.
Yes, I was going to look at it on the 4-hour time frame. I was marked it a bit smaller. Basically, just the top of that big bearish candle that we had. I marked it a little bit smaller in there.
Okay.
But that's basically the same thing that you mentioned, kind of the flip zone in there.
Okay, yeah, this is a very beautiful example, because it's not a coincidence that market, the low of that candle is exactly there. It's not a coincidence. It's because of the existence of that order block that was invalidated. But invalidation is just a rule of mine. I mean, for others, it might not be invalidated. They might still be an area where they react upon it. I just draw the line that once it's invalidated, I don't trade it on my main strategy. But it's still a thing, right? It's like that light on the LED light on the electronic device that stays on for a couple of seconds after you unplug it or you switch it off. So I left it exactly for that reason, to show you guys that these structures are, they're not randomly put, and there is edge to be extracted from these structures, and knowing, understanding that there is a time and a moment to trade them. In a certain moment, they're not relevant anymore. Okay, but the monthly time frame, the daily, I mean, we do have. I would certainly consider this to be the low, the neckline. This is on the daily. That will be the daily neckline. Hasn't been broken, means that the general idea or the general structure of the market is still very bullish. We haven't even though we had a very scary, for those who were long, scary on GU and all the pound pairs move yesterday. Considering everything else, putting it in perspective, is just a retracement. Look at that bullish move we had, many days traveling a big distance. So that day of yesterday, that move, we had 424, actually a little less than that, because my ruler indicator wasn't placed perfectly. Let's do that again. Okay, so we had 414.4 move, and yesterday's move was only 189. Obviously, that's a lot of pips, and that's a lot of bearishness, and maybe there's still some to come. Who knows? We'll see. But that's the only thing. We haven't broken structure, and we did create a bearish order block. So next time we go there, when we reach that level again, we can expect some selling pressure coming in. May or may not reverse the price. That's not the point. The point is you will see some reaction. They're supposed to see some reaction. On the 4-hour, what do we see? On the 4-hour, we have another structure here, that this is a demand zone. I think that was the reasoning you had on that's the structure you indicated. Yeah. This is definitely a quasi on this time frame. Not only on it wasn't on the daily, but it is on the H4, and that means that we can draw this line, the retracement from the top to the bottom, the current bottom that is, and indicate where do we want to get in. I personally, I don't consider that to be an order block, because it isn't. In my views, it isn't. 41.2, and this is 41.5, so it isn't. That's not the order block. That's not what we want to be seeing. But here we have a little cute order block here that attracts my attention, and that's this H4 entry order block on this quasi. If and when price comes back, and this is still valid, I have rules for the validity of these structures, but if it is still valid, that is definitely something I want to be trading, because it's so tight. I can get a very nice entry with a very defined risk, and that's exactly what I need to catch in the market. One thing that I want to say, though, one thing I want to mention is that what is the ATR on the daily time frame, right? On the D1, what is the ATR of GU? It is currently standing at 107 pips, the average per day. How do I know that? I didn't just summon that like magic. It's not hocus pocus. You see on the lower window, there is an ATR indicator, right? You hover over your yes, there's news again, Vinicius, in, I think it is in 15 minutes or so. Yes, the ISM service PMI. So there is that, you hover over the current candle or any candle, but in this case, the current is the current or the one previously is the one you want. I'm not going to go into the difference between each one of them, but I use the current one, and with the current, I see that it's 107. And what is the current ATR? The range of today, 90. So there's still, based on the ATR, it hasn't even reached, it's NFP already, post NFP. Obviously, we know why that is, right? Because the move yesterday, used up a lot of the week's volatility. And that's maybe, let's check for what the week typically does. This is a short week. Although, Fridays is traded for the forex pairs, but still we can consider it to be, in terms of volatility, a shorter week than normal, 225.8, and the ATR is 243.9. Do you guys see that? I hope you do. That means that on the weekly time frame, as well as on the daily time frame, there's still room for price to have some movement, expansion, to be specific, expansion of the current range. If we were to see this, where is it likely, right? Not the weekly perhaps, but the daily. Where is it likely that we will see? In this case, I would say both sides is, possible. And because we already had a strong movement to the downside, I would expect that the continuation has a little bit more chances, a little bit more likely to happen. All right, so I would expect a continuation of that GU to be slightly more likely, but in the reality is that we don't know. And not long ago, someone asked us in the chat, how do we know the direction of the news before it happens? The truth is we don't. Nobody knows. However, as with every trade you take, it's a bet, not bet as in casino, but it is a game of probabilities, and you use your technical analysis, sometimes your fundamental analysis, your reading of the market, right? Price action, which is technical analysis as well, it's part of that, to gain an advantage in terms of assessing the probabilities of each side. We don't know. Nobody knows what the market is going to do, right? So the question should be, how do you identify which direction has the higher probability, right? Because in reality, we don't know where the price is going to go after or during the news release or because of the news release. On a GU, so what do we see? What we currently see is this, and this is actually a trade for those who are interested. We had a very nice yesterday, a very nice drop. Whether you participated or not, it is nice. And if you disagree with me, I'll tell you, taste is comes in different shapes. So it's my opinion that it's nice. If you don't think it's nice, that's fine. All right. So the how is that saying? I have to check that up how it is in English. But there's a saying in there is nothing written about taste. It's a Spanish saying, but I have to check the English version of it. Maybe in Portuguese it is also known. There's nothing written about taste. Anyways,
yeah,
let's
maybe
see. We on the H4 we do have an H4 order block that was created, and what I do like about this is that maybe someone in the chat knows the English equivalent of that saying, but we have the impulsive move, right? We had the impulsive move yesterday. Nice or not nice, that's for you to decide. But what you want to be looking for, right? Yes, we could have a V-shaped recovery. Always possible. Anything is possible. But if we have the momentum of yesterday, I'm telling you that you have this this movement down, and it reacted quite nicely on these structures. That's fine. But what I would like to see is, where do I catch the next move? The next move for perhaps a continuation, or at least to that level again, or something somewhere in that top. And maybe it already happened. Who knows? That could happen. But we what do we see? We have an H4 order block that was created here, and that it failed being invalidated. Price not only created one, but created a second one, even a little bit larger. I don't like that, but it is what it is, right there. And if you go to lower time frames to refine that order block a little better, we can see that on the 1 hour, we do have a fresh order block, and that's why I have it indicated with yellow horizontal lines. I want to see price, and if we go to lower time frames, we can actually see a quasi, a very beautiful quasi, and it's not symmetrical. This is a good example where the quasi is not symmetrical, right? This is the left shoulder, and it looks just as high as the head, but it is, to me and my rules, it is the left shoulder. But even if you didn't consider both of them, you consider the head, this being the left is still makes this still a quasi, meaning this is the move down, and it comes back to interact with some structure, either this one or that one. In reality, there are multiple time order blocks. Let's see if I can mark them. Actually, this one is right here. And that already gives me this area. Actually, there is a huge area here, which is all of them are valid, right? So you have 3 entry order blocks on. Actually, it's just one big one. Let me mark that. There's only one. So that tells you that when you put your stop, you need to put above this structure, this order block, or above the whole structure. And if this doesn't, this is what the test. I mentioned this quite often. This is the test of the market. Can this level, this area hold or not? That line, the area. Whether you use a quasi to spot the reversal, that's up to you. But that is the area. That's the test of the market. If it's unable to break and close above that, then there is no other way that we're likely to be going continuation with the initial move. We did have a very beautiful V-shaped recovery on that NFP move. But the question is it going to keep on recovering and even surpassing the levels of pre-NFP? Actually, it's already at that level, and even from time to time exceeding it. I don't know. I simply don't know. I just let the market tell me if it wants to react. So I'm going to be looking very clear, very, like a hawk, if price is, doing on maybe some lower time frame. If it's doing this to hop on a short and put my stop above here, and then look for that continuation, perhaps to that low, or maybe something even lower, but not blindly. Right? You want to do this only if you see confirmation from price action. What that confirmation is, that's up for you to decide. But use your price action reading skills to pinpoint, to find the reversal in the market when it does happen on the lower time frame. You can use the 1 minute perhaps and look for those quasis. Let's see if we can find one. What is this high? 60.5, 60.5. All right, so I do see that if we, right, this could be a quasi, depending on your rules. There, and then when it breaks it, comes back, boom, you get in for that short, but only if it does it. Only if it does it. Don't get impulsive on it. That's my view on. In general, I would expect, I'm gonna be keen to looking if market will have some kind of a continuation of that move that we saw, and if not, I want to be trading short from this order block. And currently today, I'm gonna see if we have a short from this. So these are my 3 general idea to go for, and all of them are, I realize now, all of them is to go short. either for a couple of hours today, or maybe something later tomorrow, or maybe something in a couple of months from here. Not months, days. Months, not months, days. All right. Do you also not trade on holidays? I do trade on holidays. I'm a diehard trader, but I will not be able to trade the typical way. I will not spend a lot of time on holidays trading. That defeats the plan of going on vacation, right? So, but I will trade. The only thing is that I will either limit it to maybe just an hour if I have some down vacation time where I'm waiting for something, for example. Then, or I will just go on the higher time frames, meaning I'll adapt my trade plan to allow me not needing to be in front of the computer for long periods. But I do trade when I'm on vacation. Not always, of course. Sometimes it's gonna be difficult to trade when you're in a tent with no internet connection. There's no trading there. All right. Let's see.
Yeah, so we'll see. I'm interested more on top if price actually goes up. That's what I'm going to be looking for on pound, especially. Yeah, we had some of the guys answering the question that you asked for, some philosophical answers about the everyone has their own taste, and there's no point in kind of arguing about it. So that was interesting.
Thank you.
You can maybe read it if you want.
Let's see. I only read one.
And Henry as well mentioned.
Henry, philosophical struggle that personal preferences, whether food, fashion, art, or even domain names, are subject enough worth arguing over. Yes, that is exactly right. But I when I learned Spanish, sobre el gusto no hay nada escrito. That's in the Spanish version. I didn't know the English, and according to Al Saint, there's no accounting for taste. To each his own. I think that last one I recognize. To each his own. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Thank you all. We are much bigger. We are much stronger, more powerful, knowledgeable by being together. By being together, I mean working together as a community, as a group. Go ahead, Pedro.
Yeah, that's true. So we'll see. We're going to have news in 3 minutes. We're going to have services PMI in about 3 minutes. Let's see if there's going to be any kind of shock in the market or not, or if we're going to just almost stay at the beginning of the day, right? So basically what we had with NFP, it was a big move to the downside, and our price is basically close to the opening of today's trading session. So that's going to be interesting to see what's going to play out next. And then the week is basically then after that. Tomorrow morning, maybe there's still worth to look for trades, and in the afternoon, I think it's pointless. The volume is going to decrease quite a lot. Even the market's going to close even earlier. So what you may see is actually the spreads getting wider as the volume goes away. Yeah, so we are getting closer, right? 3 minutes away from the end. Just one point on the indices. Because we didn't really touch the indices, the US indices today. It's just another big move to the upside. So we continue to skyrocket after the news as well. So even after the NFP initial move to the upside, retested, and now it just continues. This is the S&P. NASDAQ is doing exactly the same. Trader Joe mentioned that it's been quite of a hard couple of weeks to try to trade the S&P on NASDAQ in this case, and especially because he's a counter-trend trader as well, from what I understood. Therefore, of course, it's hard if you're looking for shorts in a market that is breaking all-time highs and keep going up and up and up every trading session. It becomes a bit hard to definitely try to look for shorts. You need to be more cautious with the type of opportunities that you're looking for. What we saw now is just basically price broke again new all-time highs, already retested this previous top, basically a breakout setup. That's what just happened literally in the last 5-10 minutes, and we'll see if it's going to continue to move more to the upside or not. yeah, we'll need a proper break-off structure before even trying to attempt any shorts, and even maybe after a possible break-off structure, like price just slightly broke these lows, but meanwhile already broke this top again. Yeah, it just keeps on going. And the Dow, that was actually an interesting one, because even I think last week, with one of our guys in the audience, because we talked about the situation where S&P and NASDAQ had broken all-time highs, S&P was really close to break all-time highs, and the Dow was still around here. So Dow was still kind of far away from the next all-time highs. But you talked about that scenario where maybe Dow is going to follow what the S&P and NASDAQ are doing, or were doing, which means that maybe there was, in terms of the indices with more certainty, maybe that was actually the asset or the index to actually try to go long and hopefully catch the same move that the other two did until eventually break all-time highs. So that's basically what we had this last week. Really strong move on the Dow, all the way up, not stopping anything. And again, we are really close now to all-time highs as well on the Dow, which is interesting.
News has just come out, and I don't know the reading, but the market is dollar weakness, showing GU is going up. The dollar is getting weaker by the news. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it was as expected, 550.8. I think that's basically what we had. Yeah, as it was expected. So it's still positive. So two positive news today for the S&P in terms of the unemployment and also the services PMI. Yeah, which is good.
All right. So I think we have come to the end of the stream. I'm going to put my screen on with the GU on 1 minute. I think this is the test, as I said, of the market, a GU in any case. If it is able to close above and maintain that close on, increasingly higher timeframes, then it's going to be clear that that level has been passed, has been conquered, and price is probably going to continue to reverse or recover. And I say recover because it's coming from, let's see, we have still, it's only been like 50% playing with that 50% retracement from the top, this move up. So that would be pushing through that 50% retracement, perhaps going into the level 137.297. We'll see. That will be the not optical. What am I saying? That will be the logical next area price would gravitate to. Obviously, you see, if you have been spending time watching our screen, that this is on the daily, not on daily, in the hourly, you see that the next structure is that H1, and actually let me refine that H2. That looks a bit more refined. There we go. So you do have a reason. If price does not respect this level, the most likely area that we're going to gravitate to is that order block. There you go. That's do with that information as you please. All right, it's the end, not the ask. The end of our stream today. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you congratulations to all the winners of the accounts that was given away today. And guys, keep hitting the like button. Subscribe to our channel. You heard it from Jonatan. He said if we reached 70, was it 77 or 78? Pedro?
Maybe 77. I think we just crossed 77.
Okay, I'm not sure if it's 77, but the more subscribers we get in, the more likely, the faster we will get another giveaway. Yes, more. It was 77. Thank you. Well, 77, and we already reached it. So keep on subscribing, keep on liking the stream. We will have more giveaways. But not only that, if you support us by doing that, it will make us able to keep on going with this stream, keep on delivering on content. Not only that, growing as an effort as well, right? We want to go to Friday and stream on Friday. We want to give you more content, and you have it. You have the keys in your hand to allow that to happen. So on that note, I wish you all the best. Tune in tomorrow for ABL session on Friday. Pedro, any last words?
Enjoy your long weekend, maybe, if you guys are taking the day off tomorrow. So it's maybe an opportunity to maybe do backtesting. Maybe actually it's a good opportunity to do the planning for the remaining of the year. We just crossed the first 6 months, so we have 6 months until the end of the year. Time flies, so maybe it's a good opportunity for you guys to sit down, write down some goals and how we are going to attack the remaining of the year. What you want to actually improve in your trading. Be real with yourselves to focus on improving on a daily basis, weekly, monthly basis, and you're going to be surprised with how much progress you can actually do in 6 months. For anyone that speaks Portuguese, of course, we're going to do the live stream at 5 p.m. We are also growing, we're bringing new guests as well, and doing more things for the Portuguese community. So it's also a growing community. If you want to support us, of course, you can go and subscribe to the channel. So stay tuned as well for what's coming on the Portuguese community. And yeah, that's basically it. Yeah,
awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro. And that is the stream for today. I hope you enjoyed it. Everyone watching, thank you for being here. And I'm sure I will see you again in our next session. Goodbye.
Bye-bye, guys.